Hallo. Hallo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hello. Good morning. Can you guys hear me all right? I feel like I'm a bit quiet. Or is it just me? Let me see here. That seems to be okay. Hold up, maybe I just need to turn myself a bit louder. Tell me if I'm a bit quiet, guys. Good morning, Terran. Good morning, lives. Good morning, connectors. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you guys are doing good. I have worked on the game a little bit off stream over the weekend, whenever I had time. Wasn't much, but we now have enemies attacking the obstacles. And I also thought about adding in a whatever that's called.
I have arrived.
No category? Hold up. I don't have a category in Twitch, really? Ah. Whoops. Of course, software. I need the viewers, of course. Software and game development. Lol. Huh? Video is not receiving enough video. Maintain smooth streaming, such as viewers will experience buffering. Uh-oh. Hold up. I'm uploading a YouTube video right now. 45%. Oh, well, then I have to continue after the stream. Okay, that should be fine. Day night changing? Yeah, one sec. Forgot to close the window here. I don't want people for... Howdy, Mr. Cakez. Hi, Mr. Overlord. How you doing? Howdy, chat. How are you? Hope you're doing good, bro. Thanks for joining. Yo, Togglebird giving me 108 people viewer rate. Good morning. How you doing, bro? Hi. Hi. Hope you're doing good. How's your game in Rust coming along, bro? Doing well. How you doing? I'm a bit stressed out. I'm learning a lot of new things. I'm not trying to make a mistake. I've gotten very lucky. Not trying to make a mistake now. I parked my bullshit and just focus on game dev now. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I saw that you were making a game in Rust, and I think hold up. What were you doing? I think you were working on UI? Maybe I'm wrong though. I just read the title, then I clicked on the stream and I didn't saw any UI and was like, okay, so this guy must be busy coding. Probably was that day. Yeah, and yeah, I'm learning a lot of new things. In all honesty, I'm just so scared to make a mistake and basically lose everything that we got so lucky for. So I'm trying to... I'm putting a lot of pressure and stress on myself. You have the damage system? Yes, I managed to do the event damage system. I think it works. Like they take damage. That looks like a game. It's starting to look like a game. Today I want to get the gameplay loop in. Yeah, it can be gone tomorrow, yeah. So I'm trying to gather as much information and learn as much as possible. I have like this year still, or a couple of months essentially. Like how much is it? 4 months to do something about the taxes. Otherwise next year it'll hit me with a lot of taxes. So I could do something, but I'm also scared to spend a lot of money and lose it spending, you know. So yeah. Why are some of these enemies bopping up and down, or like they die? What the hell? It's a bit odd. But yeah, I've now successfully...
Hello, Cakez.
added the event queue damage system to the game, where we package into a single integer 3 values. We package which building we're attacking, the damage that we do, and the type of the event that we're doing. And we can now send events back and forth between the CPU and the GPU. Essentially, the GPU sends events back, and the enemies... What is missing is a spawning system, essentially. Don't forget to periodically make commits. I make commits when I go home, so I can, you know, work on the game at night a little bit. I wonder why they spaz out so much. It's a bit annoying. Hello, bro. Hello, the capable coders. How you doing? I can claim this residential flat for the business, meaning like all of the stuff, all of the meter in English. I better go eat. Cheers all. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you have a good day, man, Mr. Togglebit. Thanks for staying and chatting a bit. I don't do that a lot. I barely do that at all. Because I always push the streams to the point where my wife gets mad at me or tells me to come home. And then I feel the pressure of having to go immediately. And then, like, I never say hello. It's like, I mean, it's that or no raid, but yeah. As a very early dev, your stream has been the encouragement I need to get working on my own game. Thank you for all that you share. Thank you, man. Day one. PooTube. Hello, Ninx. Good morning. Good morning. Watching this stream makes me wanna commit. You mean commit to a project, right? Not commit to Git. Of course you do. Lol, I think they flip back and forth, but these guys are just... They are on speed in a Discord or something, right? They took some LSD or something. Holy cow. Uh-oh. What happened to penis? What? It is literally just 2 enemies on top. I think that's what it is. Hold up. Let me check. Separation. Why don't we boost the separation a little by 64. Doesn't do much once they're on top of each other. Yeah, so is it normal? Yeah, I mean, we don't have an entire game yet, but I think what would be cool if we can start attacking skeletons back. What do you guys think? And then it would also be cool if I could write into 2 buffers for the skeletons for the HP bars, so that I can draw a lot of HP bars in one draw call, just like the HP bars for the buildings here, which I currently draw on the CPU, but I want to draw them on the GPU because then the HP bars become a lot more efficient to draw. You cooked with the grass, really pleased to have that. I think you cook. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. No, the HP bars being visible, that'll be an option or like a toggle. You'll probably be able to toggle that off by pressing some bar. But right now I put them on the entire time, and then you just decide on what to do.
Just joined.
Glad to be back to my favorite Vulcan and Godot stream. Please keep your functions
Buildings have
shorter
damage
than
textures.
5 lines.
Yeah, but Enix, I don't have the time for that. Think about what the orc dev told us. That's why I love doing these interviews, guys. You talk to someone that's just been through the trenches and they tell you straight up, buddy, you don't need all of that, right? It would be cool, it would be a nice addition, but do we need that to get the gameplay loop across, right? Not really. Will the skeletons be able to attack the player in the future? Yes, they will. Oh, so now you're complaining that I made a mistake in the past, and you're using that? You are using my mistake in the past to make me feel bad about the decision that I'm gonna do now? Okay, buddy. I feel like this guy is trying to emotionally blackmail me or do something that he wants me to do. How about I give this guy a break for 10 minutes? See you in 10 minutes! About 17, sorry. Well, too late. It's your own fault. It's your own fault for trying to trigger me, you know? You know what happens. Why the hell are these buttons here when I literally put a button here to run a... Oh, I see, the button is here, I see. To run a 3 minutes ad break. Now, I rarely press this button, but sometimes it is very helpful. Is this gone now? Nice, it's gone. Awesome. Okay, guys, so just as a small thingy, when you go live, the notification says that I'm working on Tangy today. Does it? I saw this, by the way. What do you mean? Once he figures out web GPU, huh? I figured out web GPU, the buddy. But it was made by the same person who's currently banned in chat, so. Already banned. I need to ban 6 people, I feel. Can't get banned twice? In what scenario do you think making a game without an engine is more efficient? If you already have the engine? So, very rarely. So for example, let's say you make a 2D game and you do a similar 2D game next. And for the first game, you make the engine, then you already have the engine and you just use the engine for the next game. Or, yeah. Even when you use something like a framework, like Railab or something, you still have to do some busy work, set up stuff, surrounding stuff. Even then, you'll most likely be wanting to create some setup code, like, I don't know, this is how I import textures, this is how I load the font, and this is how I draw certain texts. You know, once you already have the engine, then it might be more efficient because you know the engine the ins and out of the engine. You can change it really quickly. But for the most part, man, I'm sorry, but we have seen, especially with Godot, the options that you seem to be having in Godot. Tell me someone that made a game in 4 months in their own engine and it was as successful as Click and Conquer. So I'll show you the games, right? Click and Conquer. Click and Conquer. 3 months. Or, sir, we have an org problem. Tell me someone that made an engine and a game and their game was more successful than this. This, by the way, earned over 160,000 or something. Was literally made in like a couple of months. And then we don't have to talk about this, right? So this was crazy. This is they earned over 1.5 million by this point, I'm pretty sure. Gross revenue, so you know, 30% Steam and something like that. Add a review? No, I'm too lazy. Fuck off. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do! Alright guys, so I was working a little bit on the game off stream. And you know what? I'm not gonna go back and forth. I'm gonna do what I wanted to do. I owe you that, guys. Showcase. It's time. Let's go up. It is time. I owe you a look into Showcase to make progress. What was the last thing that we knew of? That's new. Not seen that. That looks good. I've not seen that. Uh-oh. Oh god, I've gone. Oh no, I have not seen that. Oh no. Oh, that looks good too. Holy cow. Where are we? 1st of May. Uh-oh. Oh, I've not seen that either. Ooh. Oh, is this AI? Where are we, man? 31st March? I remember this. Hold up. I remember this. What is the wait time for Cakez to respond to the M's on Steam these days? Thronefall has been unread for weeks now. This is a to-do list, okay? And it shrinks. And Thronefall, I know what is with Thronefall. Okay, Thronefall has a game. I still want to play it. But I think I should just play it. Maybe this week. Alright, let's see. Is that something we already looked at? Yeah, we looked at that already. Hold up, did we? Then I must have seen this as well. But that's new to me. But I remember seeing this. Oh, we saw that too. Yeah, that one too. So I must have seen this already? Maybe we just start here. So for those of you who don't know what this is, we are looking at your games, and you know there are some hidden gems in there. So you guys have posted in the Discord channel Showcase. This used to be called Showcase and Art, but right now it's just called Showcase. You post your stuff there, and I try to take a look as much as possible. I'll queue in. Oh, so I skipped over this, I remember. Yeah, so you are skipped. I will see you in 2028 when I take a look at this. Okay, you're gonna have to write me again because I'll 100% forget. That's your own fault for making a joke that is very disrespectful. Let me say that. We looked at this last time as well, so this is gonna be the prototype. Bloodthirst gameplay for one of the prototypes I'm going at the moment. It looks a little bit like AI, or it could also be, let's see, prototype, gameplay, progress, basic controls. Let's see what this is. Shall we look at this on YouTube? Might be a bit better. Oh, stop! That is gonna be DMCA music. So we'll mute this, I think. Loading, let's see. I'm not digging the art style too much. Very difficult to see. This is obviously grass, but okay. Let's see. Maybe. Can you run? The grass is swaying in the wind is cool though. That is very nice. Wait, if you come to battle the beast from Spaghetti Code Factory, don't waste your time. Just skip it. It will save your critics from my next game. Okay. I mean, not gonna lie, this is kind of cool. So you have like a tiling system, I guess, where you could walk and where you can't. Actually cool. It's not bad. I'm not digging the art style of the grass too much because it's very difficult to see something, but man, it's nice. Uh-oh. Oh! What is this made in? Boom. Hit him. Smash. Punch him in the face, come on. What did he just create there? Like he made three what is this? Crystals or something? What happened? I think the pixelation is just destroying it. Maybe just low poly graphics would be better. The outline is a bit odd. What do you guys think? Green health bar? I think you can see the health bar. It's not a big deal. It's kind of visible. What did he just do here? What happened here? Reset? Oh, this is gonna be the main menu. What is he doing? I totally don't get what you're doing here, but the rest of the gameplay was kind of nice. You hitting the other guy. It looks like a survival game to me. Which, you know, let's say you can chop down these trees. Where is it? Let's say you could chop down these trees and then build yourself a base. That's cool, not gonna lie. Gives a vibe. Not sure I'm digging the outline on every single thing here. That's a bit difficult to read. But I feel like low poly could work very well here. Well, RGB is only 3 colors. Well, that's more than 3 colors here, 100%. Brown is more than 3 colors. What did he say? Prototype gameplay, basic controls and combat. Turret engineer. Turret engineer, so it's a tower defense? Let's see. Gameplay of the prototypes, I'm really conflicted. Should I commit to it or just keep looking elsewhere? It is in Unity, but pretty much everything is from scratch. The models, audio, render pipeline show the start, how I tweak the pixel rendering. The map is also auto-generated. Oh, cool. So you could basically just auto-generate a map and then have some enemies spawn and try to muck. Basically make it like muck, but top-down. Very cool. Looks exactly like Jamcraft. No, that's not it. Alright, okay, cool. Let's move on. Godot. Oh, Godot. Godot scene. Look at this guy. This guy has a cool gaming setup, bro. Look at the freaking screens here. Some neon color or something like this. That's a big TV. Holy cow. And there's a couch behind this. This guy has some money. Damn, this guy is rich. He even has a guitar. And another spot with another computer for working. So this is his gaming rig. Wait, 2 gaming rigs? Is this guy a streamer? Hold up. And he has a pool outside? Damn. There's a pizza. McDonald's. He just went to McDonald's. Looks like a Sims room. Yeah, kinda, right? Likes a Sims game. Very good stuff. What is this? I've been working on and off of this. Movement-based FPS devlog number 9. Number 9? It's gotta be a private video, is it? Or is it public? Let's see. Oh, it's actually a public video. Pixel developer. Let's see. What have you been doing? I like the menu. It's really cool. Oh, this gives me Carlson vibes a little bit. Does this remind you of Carlson, guys? Or Blood Thief, but with different graphics. Yeah, that's Blood Thief, 100%. Yep. Cool. Can work. Yeah, kinda need enemies. Oh, you do have enemies. Never mind. I'm wrong. I think that's a cool concept. You could definitely make some really cool devlog videos with this. If you spend some time on the devlogs, maybe talk a little bit about what you were doing. The Blood Thief, what is his name again? The Blood Thief developer did a really good job. And it essentially carried the game. He got a lot of wish lists from his devlogs. Like that's a cool thing about making a game like this. You can literally make shorts and upload them to TikTok or YouTube and Instagram and have them be very successful because it's constantly moving. The screen is constantly moving. So you can talk about something interesting while doing these shorts, and there's always movement, so people are less likely to click off. Looks simple and good performance, yeah. Rip Danny Dev? Well, rip at the moment. He had to make Megabunk, so it's 100% Danny Dev. Like, he made Megabunk, guys. So not Rip Danny Dev, he just made a game that is incredibly successful. Got 100,000 players. Cool. Really good video, bro. I usually post shorts for devlogs, but this turned out to be a bit long for that. Actually, that's not that long. But I don't know if you said something. You know, it would add so much more if you just talked a little bit over the video, I think. Just a very simple, or maybe some text, I don't know, of what you were doing this time. Like an interesting concept, I don't know, maybe I toned down the movement system because when I was running on walls, I was sliding off or something. I don't know what type of problems you face. Just like you could maybe use the Blood Thief guy as inspiration, but maybe don't do as much editing. Just something to give the watcher some information that they walk away from the video with at least something that they feel a bit smarter about themselves or better about themselves, you know. That they feel like maybe they learned something, even though most of the time it's not gonna apply to you at all, but still you feel good because you learned something. At least that's what I would do. But cool. Oh, you also have a Steam page. Interesting. My game is releasing in 7 days. Currently a 23,000 wishlist. Just made this post in Showcase. Yeah, maybe you can write me a message on Discord, because I don't want to like go out of order in Showcase, but maybe, you know, if it's releasing in 7 days, maybe you can take a look at it in 7 days. Oh, you have a demo. Oh man, you're struggling with followers. I would advise you to try to do a little bit more. What are you posting? Let's see. What are you posting in? It's 10 months ago. In shorts. Are your shorts doing well? Your shorts doing okay. Oh, you got 13k views here. Let's see. Why did you just... I hate this. So I clicked on this and YouTube Shorts showed me a different short. Let me see. That's the actual short. Hold up. 1 second. I hate this view stats thing. I need to get rid of this extension, guys. It is causing a bunch of issues. I have to click this all the time so that it turns this... It's so buggy. It's helpful to figure out what videos do well. Let's see. You know, bro, I feel like you should at least add some... I don't even know if you're watching, but I would at least add like a frame or two of call to action or showing the name of your game. The reason why people don't wishlist your game, and that is 13,000 views, is because you're not showing the name of the game and you're not showing a call to action, nor are you talking. So it is very disconnected from the game. There's no text, no call to action, no talking. And just to give you an idea, I will contrast this for you to this. Just a sec. Lolboy just added to the to-do list. Okay, Mr. Lolboy, I'll look at your message later. Hold up. Instagram, here. These are 2 Instagram reels from the Sir We Have an Org Problem developers. And just watch. Let's hope this works. I will play this without sound, right? So they have a little bit of text on screen. And then they have some more text on screen, maximum level. At least, so the reason why this is so much different than your short is because in your short there's no information. You're just showing an enemy. So the viewer has to make the assumption what this is about. And then, so they make up something in their mind. And this one was very successful. It would probably be more successful with some text, which doesn't add a lot of overhead, a lot of work for you. And then, as far as I know, I think... Okay, so they don't do a call to action here, but I think they do a call to action here. Let me see. Working on a tower defense game with tens of thousands of enemies. That's the text here. Let me see. Is there something in the comments? How do I see the description? I really don't use go to post. I really don't use Instagram. How do I see the... Like, don't they link to the game? Here somewhere? I don't get it. Like, there must be some... Maybe it's on Mumpets Games if you go here. How do people... Ah, here. They have the link right here. Shorts are the way to get a wishlist. From one of my shorts, I got 950,000 views and 140,000 likes. That converted to wishlists because you put the link there somewhere. There's a soccer injury, football injury. I feel like it's missing the post from Mumpets Games, right? Don't they put something in the comments too? Where they can find this? Maybe I'm wrong. It's here. Working on Sir We Have an Org Problem. Maybe that's it. Discord and Steam link. Day 2 using Instagram, yeah. I'm not that good, okay? I'm not that good at Instagram, but I know they have links there. This wasn't before the game had a name, I think. I think the game already had a name there. Anyways, I think you get the idea, right? People want to at least have some call to action, or at least put some text in there, which if you're uploading this using your phone, then that is, I don't know, that's like 5 minutes at most. It doesn't take that long to add some text. I've actually been editing my first short using the phone. Still in the process of editing it. TikTok is very good at saving your progress. And so I just need to add text and a song. I didn't find a good song yet, and I'm good. And so that's very easy to do. And then I'll upload the short soon to TikTok and then to Instagram as well. It's really cool. They just go to your profile and you link it to your Steam page. Okay, so most people go to your profile on Instagram. Yeah, when they like something, and then there you link to your Steam page. That's how it works on Instagram. So you don't really put... You don't put a link to the game in the description. There's no description on Instagram. It's just posts. And if they like something, they go to your Steam page. They go to your homepage. That's how Instagram... That's how Instagram works. I've never used Instagram, man, so I really don't know. On YouTube, you put it in the description. Anyways, I don't want to spend so much time on this, but hopefully this is helpful to someone, right? Hopefully. Let me see. Showcase. Let's go down. Let's go. Let's continue. Okay, let's continue. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Okay, this is my first studio game. Christ. Developed using Godot. Took me 1 year to build and it has been released on Steam. I'd love your feedback and love you consider buying and playing it. Okay, let's see. Oh man. Oh god, that's a lot of text. This reminds me of Mario. Very nice. Hold up. Instagram makes your posts less visible if you have a link in them. So like that's what people came to understand. Alex the kids vibes. 1 year and he's released it already. That's nice. Not gonna lie, the movement looks a little floaty. I'll probably, you know what? I'll queue this for tomorrow to check out. You should power through Showcase until it's done. Set a Showcase Monday thing where you clear the new queue each week so you aren't 10 months behind, Cakez. Yeah, okay. How about this? I will write down games to play from Showcase, like this one, Christ, and then I'll put them. Let's see, Showcase games. And then I'll put them into like 1 hour sections where I play like 3 games each in 1 hour. And then I upload that as a VOD, Showcase games. So here we have Christ. All right. Christ. Yeah. Unfortunately, it wasn't that successful. I could tell. I mean, the graphics usually don't mean much, but the graphics and the movement told me a little bit that might have been that not that successful, and it is a 2D side scroller, right? But yeah. All right. Well, I'll try. Good. Let's move on then. A game a friend is working on, though I shared here too. Game Maker edit. He's considering giving up. Please convince him not to. 2 months working on this MMO project. So you are trying to convince your body to work on a game for longer than 2 years. That is his first game probably. And it's an MMO. 2 years, not months. 2 years. Hey man, just continue your game, bro. It's just an MMO. It's your first game. Yeah, he hates him. Let's see. Should he cut 23 minutes? I give up after 2 years of working on his MMO project. Yeah, this looks like some music I can show. Let's see. And it's written in his own engine, as far as I can tell. Let's see, what is this? GML? Hold up. Set visuals with stats. GML. Oh, it's a game maker. Sorry, it's game maker. Never mind. What is going on? If I made an MMO, I make sure it's fun with only one player because most mechanics in MMO requires groups of play.
Hope you have a good time, Cakez and chat Pepe Neil.
I mean, I really can't tell what's going on. Looks pretty good, really? I don't understand a single thing. Maybe I'm just stupid. Bro has been shooting rocks the entire time, or he's been getting shoot at. Some people like this, but I doubt can go further than some people. I don't think so either. Like, what makes this game interesting? Like, I see only him shooting rocks. You know?
Or Afterbar, thank you for $3. Would love to see what you think about my game on stream. Releasing in 7 days. Currently at 23,000 wish lists.
I appreciate the $3, bro. This guy's trying to buy me. Yeah, write me a message on Discord. Okay, I'll try to get to you. We have a couple of days. Okay, I'll play your game. Okay. I appreciate the support, bro.
Listen, man, if this guy wants to give up on the project, I don't know. Why would you convince him to stay? Write in the chat why you want him to keep working on it. This is an MMORPG we're talking here, bro. You know how much work that is? You know how much work it is to just finish a single player game? Inspired by EVE Online. Bro, I would move on. He should stop. I think so too. Don't give this masterpiece up. An MMO is pretty looks pretty good. Don't give up. I need a reason why. I need a reason why. This guy's gotta explain why. Cause yeah, I would say move on. Listen, guys. This video right here got 500 views in 1 month, and the thumbnail is a gameplay picture of the game. This alone should tell you. And I wonder, does he have a Steam page? Does he have a Steam page? There's no Steam page yet. I'm pretty sure if he had a Steam page, it would show a similar story of not that many. Like, you could give... Listen, Monstroid, if you want him to continue, how about give Tim a Steam page of $100? And just, you know, you build the Steam page together with him. If he gets like thousands of wish lists in a couple of months, sure. But if he doesn't get any wish lists, then that's a very strong indicator that there's not that much appeal in the game. And when you have that issue, then it'll become very difficult to market the game. I saw this game now, and it didn't really make me want to play it. How about this, guys? Type 1 in chat if you want to play this. Type 0 in chat if you don't. What we just saw. Did what we just see make you want to play this game? Type 1 or 0. Right. Load. This guy wants to compete with this. I think they need to make it more unique, but I guess MMO anyways. One about 20 years ago. So, like, this is just a couple of people, you know? That's not a lot of people. That is a sample size. Obviously, you can't take this and then 100% extrapolate this up to more people. But I think if we had something really good here, like, okay, for example, guys, if I show you, not this. Nah, but you already know the game's good. But if I show you this, just this video, does that make you want to play this more than the previous game? Tap 1 or 0. So, like, I'm just trying to... My hunch is that the appeal of the game is lacking. Maybe it's the graphics, maybe it's the gameplay we saw, maybe it's something else. That it might just the right choice to stop, since it's also an MMO. And it doesn't look like he's gonna be able to finish the game anytime soon. So maybe it's better to move on and take what you learned and do something else, right? But hey, you can gift him a Steam page, you can invest $100, make a Steam page, try to make it look as good as possible, and then maybe it'll work out. But I think the Steam page is just gonna pull in a couple of wishlisters and that's it. Anyways, let's move on. Alright, an RTS inspired by Supreme Commander. I'm working on basic 3D models created in Asset Forge. What is the Asset Forge, guys? Is this AI? Going for a really simplistic look, a video for gameplay here with more on my channel. Let's see. Oh yeah, we saw that the other day. Cool. This is the you know, the guy that helped us with how his flow field looks. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, you can go with a simplistic look in the beginning, right? And then see if people like the game. Cool. Let's see. Is the quality gonna stay so bad, or I have to go to YouTube? Okay, that seems better. Yeah, we saw that, right? Okay, so it's an RTS type.
Sturdy Post says, Cakez, did you see the sperm game you're gonna compete against? Cakez 7 UHN.
Okay, buddy. It's a different type of vibe, bro. I'm not gonna look at the game. I can't tell what's going on. I gotta be honest, that looks a little messy. This might be a bit unfair, but I would at least I would compare this to StarCraft or Warcraft, if I'm being honest. I see explosions, but I can't tell where the explosions come from, and I can't telegraph the missiles and or attack patterns beziehungsweise front lines of the enemies attacking each other. What I'm missing here, like, it looks like the cars randomly drive into each other. Now we have a little bit of a pattern emerging, like two front lines. That's what I was hoping for. That looks a lot better. That's better. Yeah, that's better. Maybe the missiles need to have different colors, because right now they're all yellow. To telegraph this a little better, the blue tanks should shoot blue missiles, or if the blue tanks are your enemies, they should be red. And then if you are green, usually in StarCraft you have your color and the enemy is red, right? Let me see. StarCraft 2. Let me just find any battle images. POV. Yeah, you are green. The enemy is red. Yeah. And there's a reason for it. I mean, you can change the colors, but by default, the UI is you are green, the enemy is red. That's the enemy. They are red. And it's a lot easier to see. Projectile traits are not necessary, no. Marines in StarCraft 2 shoot instantly. They don't have projectiles. They have a target, they shoot, they hit. You can't kite a Marine bullet. It's more about your colors and the enemy's colors. Yeah, you are green. So I think that's what's missing, at least for me here. Because green, is that you? But the enemy being blue, but having the same bullet color is a bit odd. No, we're not pivoting. We're looking at RTS. Sorry, at prototype. ByteUL started working on a new prototype. What are you making now, buddy? Let's see. The poor pig? What did you do to the pig, bro? Stop! That's animal cruelty. He flew right through the pig. Oh, that's a drone. Why would you attack a pig? Is this Ukrainian defense simulator? I mean, not gonna lie, that looks good, but that's just Unreal Engine default level editor, 100%. That's just default level editor on Unreal. How did you call this a prototype? That's literally just a drone flying, bro. Yeah. UHM. My software renderer made from scratch, no dependencies, besides Xlib for Linux window. Long way to go still, bruh. Man, I'm telling you guys, this was peak game development. When we had graphics and textures like this, maybe not to the crazy quality, at least the games were not blurry messes like Unreal Engine games. You would move around in the world and it was clear as hell. And now you feel like you need glasses playing games because it becomes so blurry because of the stupid TAA, TSA, TSR. Upscaling bullcrap. Guys, this was peak. When we had this, it was the best. And any engine that still does this, best. Though this is running as a software renderer and it looks like it's lagging, so I mean, obviously you'd want this on the GPU. I don't know why you'd make this on a CPU. Maybe this guy wants to make an entire CPU game. Looks good though. Congratulations. Very nice. Pork champion. Good stuff, Mr. Wanderer. Very good. Cool. Cool. Game over. This was when Tangy TD was just coming out. Just came out in the same month. Thank you very much, Urama, for drawing such a cool looking image, man. Game over, yeah. That is the big guy. Yeah, that no one could kill because he had so much health and that you can't stun him. Very cool, man. Appreciate it, bro. With some cool multi-threaded stuff, you could run cool software rendered games. Maybe, but I mean, working on some silhouette for my space shooter game. Currently, my pixel art is still rusty. Who is it? I see. Hopefully, I can get somewhere after these iterations. I mean, that looks nice. Not gonna lie. This looks like a good ship. This, if it's animated, yeah. Very nice. Oh, Mr. Gabriel, I don't know if this is the right channel, but I managed to make a hot reload from scratch in mono game. Just for fun, and I'm pretty happy with it. After detecting a change, the game automatically runs the content builder project, a separate project just building the XMB files. After that, informs the game that the reload is done and the game reloads everything. Okay, guys, how long do you think the hot code reloading in the XNA or in C# is gonna take? How many seconds, guys? I'm taking your bets. Come on, let me know. How many? I don't want to flex or anything, huh? I don't want to flex, but I can hot code reload my game in 1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Instant? Okay, buddy. Instant. This guy says instant. Are you out of your mind? This is C# we're talking about. Hours, 3 minutes. I bet my house that it takes 0.5 seconds. Your house. Can I get your house if you're wrong? How many square meters you have? Asking for a friend. Oh, so now you're pulling out. You're scared, are you? 100? Deal. I don't have a house though, so if I lose, you get nothing, right? Deal? Deal? Come on, shake the hand. Shake the hand. Come on! 6 to 7 seconds. Ban him. No, I want the deal. Oh, this guy gave me a deal. Okay, let's see. 0.5 seconds. There's no way. There's absolutely no way this is faster than C++. Okay, guys, let's see. Yeah. Save. But this is a texture change, buddy. What are you talking about? That's a texture change. Eh? That's just data reloading. Still slow? That should be faster. Is this a flex? I think he doesn't know what hot code reloading is. Yeah, it's good, but that's a texture change. You don't even need to rebuild any files. You just reload the texture and upload it to the GPU. We are talking about hot code reloading. Code reloading means this. Watch. Right now I have a right now I have a day and night cycle that looks kind of mid. Terrible, actually, kind of bad. And then let's see. Ambient color, and I say, well, actually, I don't want to lerp. I just want to set the ambient color to... I don't want to do anything. No, I want to... Yeah. And then it stays like that the entire time. I think it's because Monogame has its own content pipeline, so you need to call that to do whatever it does to process the texture. Day-night cycle, yeah, but it's not that good at the moment, so let's move on. Okay, so we can't really do the Wette in English, but I would have gotten your house. It would have never been 0.5 seconds, buddy. Okay, this is also not 0.5 seconds. This is more than a second, okay? So you lost, by the way. And if he ever does a hot code reloader, I will remind you that you owe me a house. I could use a house. 100 square meters, not bad. Not talented enough, but my browser-based horror game takes shape. I render 2 of my characters in Blender and make a sprite sheet automatically. It's not intended to be finished project anytime soon, and this is hard. And Cakez deserves the love. Thank you! I appreciate it, Mr. Warlock. Wow. Yeah, that looks nice. That's a vibe. You know, that could be a horror game. Not sure what that is on the floor. Is this dead bodies? Uh-oh. I wish you good luck. If you ever get to, you know, something to playable, let me know. Big W, yeah, very nice. Oh, I saw this when I was talking about the Anubis patch. He made these characters. But then I didn't want to take them and just steal them, right? For the Anubis patch. I would love to take this guy though and have him be a big boss and then animate him. That could be a really good boss. Maybe instead of a sickle, we have like a staff. He's a mage. And then he has some really cool abilities. That would be cool. Plot twist, the house is in favela. What is favela? Nasus? Yeah, that's Nasus. He's gonna have a cane and he's gonna smack you, and every time he hits you, he does more damage. True. But he needs to get the last hit on you, right? He needs to kill you to get more damage. That's a cool idea, actually. I'm gonna write that down. Also, copy media link. To-dos. Let me see. Demo to-do list. Mummy attack. 1 frame. There you go. Oh my god, this link. How is it so large? Anyways, that's good enough. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Zerk. Yeah, Zerk has been sneakily adding in some cool sprites just here and there. And he always just lets me use them, which is really cool as well. Like, I think it was Zerk. Like, I think I used one of his sprites in Tangy TD. Hi guys, I've been working on a game with a falling sand mechanic. In the meantime, I made a sandbox tool to show my progress on falling sand. And it failed to load, so we can't see this joy. Yeah, I appreciate that for you linking that. Oh, sorry, I didn't get to it fast enough. There it is. Here we have an actual game. Let's see. Cake said if I post my game here, he would check one day. He would one day check, yes. Imager. Added so much since the last update. Multiplayer leaderboard, multiplayer rank 3 tracks, air track, city track, LGBTQ track, ghost, replay, map editor, news. What is this? What are we looking at? Kurt Cards, LukeWalk.com. Okay. I mean, I usually don't like checking out websites with games. No open games, create one. Lobby. See, like, I think you should put this up on itch.io. Maybe it is. Hold up. Why is this loading so long? Huh? No, that's... Huh? That's not itch.io. What the hell? No, the showcase is for anything. Alright, let me see. Kirkard. I'll be playing this next time then. How do I get the link to this? I think I have to put this here so I just can store the links. Let me check. Yep, how about this? Okay, I'll be playing VR games tomorrow then. We have this one right here. I'd still put this on itch. And then the other one was Christ. Do we still have that here? There you go. It's just a bit faster to get to these. Alright, let's continue. It does look kind of nice though. Looks very good. Reminds me of Minecraft/Roblox. Yeah, we'll test it out. Good job, my man. Thank you for posting as well. The music game is bad, bro. Uh-oh. The music game is bad, bro. So for the Christ, okay. Started a 2D side-scroller platformer and motor game. Try to keep it on 2 colors. Oh, you sure that's a good idea? Trying to keep it 2 colors. Guys, you think that looks... I mean, obviously gameplay can convince too, but... I think that doesn't look that great. What do you guys think? Obra Dinn, but this one isn't for me. Obra Dinn. So 2 colors can work. Obra Dinn. Yeah, no, there are games that work. Obra Dinn. Ah, but it's pixel art and it uses... What is this called again? Not a gradient. It uses not a gradient, whatever that is called again. To get dithering, yeah, it uses dithering to create the effect of shadows. Which you don't have here. Okay, I mean, this is also not for me, and it's a side scroller again, so I wouldn't know unless the gameplay is really, really good. I mean, Celeste works because it's so beautiful too. Not gonna lie, you're gonna have to compete with Celeste. Or I guess Mario. It looks like a Mario type game. You have a coin here. The reason it doesn't work is different sizes and pixels. Yeah, that's something I noticed too. You have different thickness on the lines, right? This one's very thin. This one's very thick. Here it's thin again. Here too. If anything, it should be the same size everywhere, right? To stay consistent. And then here you have a very, very thick. Yeah, it looks inconsistent. If that was consistent, maybe it looked better actually. It's a good point. Should we give him feedback on that? Let's ask him, is there a reason why it's different sizes everywhere? There we go. Let's move on. Let me see. Green needs to be important. I got pathfinding working. Hey, Mr. Jaden Joestar. Ended up making 8-bit style sprites for zombies and skeletons. Oh my man, so this guy is learning pixel art. Very cool. You know, guys, this reminds me of my beginnings. That's something that I would do. This guy's a Giga Chat. Put some claps in the chat for Mr. Jaden Joestar. This guy's starting to learn to make games, man. And he's starting to learn pixel art. Come on, give him some W's, guys. This is his beginnings. Come on. Make it full hand drawn too. Very nice. Good stuff. We have a font renderer. I think this is Raylib, is it? It's gotta be Raylib. 8-bit style sprites, my man. Good stuff, bro. Let me give him some words of encouragement. Very nice. Guten Tag, hello friends. Hello there, Duckball Dev. How you doing, my man? Good morning. Alright, let's see. I can the music but better fit. Make it really look like 8-bit. Such software, HIO software. Let's see. Oh, this is 8-bit, but does it look... I feel like that looks old, does it? But it is... 8-bit. Guys, you think that looks good today? In my opinion, it's ugly, but I guess it can work. Yeah. Maybe it's these types of colors are just not for me. I never liked it too much. These 8-bit colors. Looks like my game 4 years ago. Yeah, it is. I literally do 30 iterations to end up with an over-shaded spaceship. Yeah, you're making the same mistakes I did, which is putting too much shading onto pixel art. Mr. Hamlet. It takes some time to get less and less. You know, sometimes less is more. It takes time to learn this though. Let's see, done with game module loading. Now I can hot reload dev build everything without editor into single executable. Also implemented many systems along the way. Small arcade game. What is this written in? Let's see. Main sidebar. Wait, did you literally put a to-do list in your game? Load DLL and init, shut down, unload DLL. Hold up, what is this? He's moving up. Hold up, so the character is moving and he's trying to get to the top right, I guess? And if one of those islands disappear, you lose. It's really hard to see. But hey, my man, Mr. Zabel. So many people making their own engines. Guys, why are you doing that? Why are you following what I did when I literally showed you how bad of an idea that is? Why are you doing the same mistakes that I do, guys? Oh, that's Shape Survivors. How's it going for you, Mr. Iffy? Is the game out already? Is the game out? Not yet. Demo? 10 followers? How's it? Is Iffy here? At Iffy. He's not here, is he? Hold up, let me check. He's not here. So we don't know. We played the demo. Yeah, I still have to upload that to YouTube. The game was a bit too easy for me. It felt too easy until I got entirely obliterated. It didn't feel like a... Let's say it didn't feel like a progression in Vampire Survivors. I still wish him good luck on the game, and I hope that he makes the game a little more challenging, especially in the first couple of runs. Feels like a mobile game. I think the reason why this feels like a mobile game is because of the art style. The art style is very one-shaded, one-color-like, which is very typical for mobile games, isn't it? Yeah. But still, man, what is awesome is that Iffy has been just making games. I remember he's been making a tower defense game. He uploaded it to itch.io. We played that. Then he moved on to this game. Now he's uploading this to Steam, and he's also selling it. You know, guys, if he doesn't stop, he will make a successful game in the future. I can see it because he's learning. You know, he's getting feedback from players. He has something on Steam already. How many of you guys in chat have uploaded their game to Steam, huh? So that's really big power play that he's been doing. Very good stuff. He also has this on itch.io as well. Let's check it out. Maybe he has some comments there. Does my place of work count? Nah, not really, because you kind of like... That's your work doing it, not really you. Right? So, you know, he had to write all of this. Put the features here, put screenshots, make the entire page in itch.io, make a banner. Look, he also got some comments. Very nice. So he's learning. Now he just needs to make an appealing game that when people see the game, they are like, yes, I want to play that. That's what's missing. I think when I look at this from the outside, Shape Survivors, it doesn't draw me in because I've seen this before. And for me, it's a repetition. And there's no new mechanic that I can see that would lift this game up from other Survivors-like games. That's what I subconsciously think. And you don't need to have like this hook, but at least something that either it's a visual thing or it's a gameplay mechanic that you do differently than the other game that you are referencing or that your inspiration is. Am I the only one who is allergic now to the big emote icons next to headings followed by lists? Thing after that became an AI hallmark. I know people do it mainly, but it quirks me now. Well, it's not for me. I could only speak for myself. I don't know. Mr. Coderat Games. Okay, let's look at Mr. Coderat's games game. Why is he still not releasing his game? Coderat! Man, that looks good, bro. Damn, that's a cool looking boss. This game, I think this game is gonna do very well. The only thing I don't like a bit is how flat some of the characters look. I don't know if you can fix that. Like, this character looks a little flat to me. What is it? Inconsistency? You think it's inconsistency? Let's do a little deep dive here, okay? Let's go to the game is called what is it called? Oh, what is it called? Roguelite. Oh, he changed it. That's new. Oh, that's new. Huh. Wow, he has 1,200 followers, guys. He has way more than 10,000 wishlists at this point. He also has let me link you guys the Steam page. He's improving Cakes. His old stuff is out of place, but he has an artist. And then the only other game that comes to mind is Darkest Dungeon, at least for me. I compare this to Darkest Dungeon. Is this fair, guys? This looks more three-dimensional somehow. Why? Why does this look more three-dimensional than this? Is it the way he's holding the weapons? Visually, yeah, guys, visually. I'm talking visually, not the gameplay. I'm literally talking about... I'm not talking about the gameplay. I'm talking about the visuals. I said that one looks flat. Oh, why am I talking to this guy? You guys know what I mean. The background because of parallax. I think it's the characters for me, guys. I don't really think it's
Master, the calculations are in and
compared to Salt and Sanctuary, bro? No, I'm not listening to you. I'm banning you, actually. Because you're deliberately taking something that I didn't say, and now you're trying to make me mad. No. I'm not banning you, but no. You know what I'm trying to say here. Go away. High contrast versus very dark and limited colors. Oh, you're right. The colors are limited. True. But guys, can we focus on... Am I wrong? Am I wrong to think that the characters look flat? Compared to... Okay, guys. Inex is back. Oh, I need to ban these guys. They make me so mad. Oh, what's wrong with flat? Maybe there's nothing wrong. I'm just saying that it looks a little flat to me. Otherwise, the game looks crazy good. Why though? I want to understand why. I need an animation here. Let's see. Where's the video? Here you go. Okay, the animation. Okay, let's see. Oh, I know why. Darkest Dungeon. Let me see. Idle animations. Hold up. Come on. Don't tell me it's lagging. Okay, ja, das haben wir schon gesehen, Bro. Hier. Here. We saw some idle animation here. Ah. The bosses look, yeah, the bosses look amazing. Like, the artist is very, very, very talented. I think it's the limb positioning, the movement animations. Hollow Knight also has limited colors, but does movement very well. I think it's the movement and idle poses, yeah, the way they move. On a still image, you can't really see. Obviously, the still image also looks a lot more three-dimensional, but I think it's the way the idle animations are done. Darkest Dungeon has more contrast. All I'm saying is that is the only thing where I'm going like, if that was maybe a bit better, maybe it could pull in a little bit more people, but I mean, we literally just saw an example of a very simple looking game, you know, in So We Have an Orc Problem, and that just was incredibly successful. So maybe I'm just totally wrong on this. Otherwise, the game was really fun to play, and I wish him good luck. One more time, guys. This is a Rogue Blight. Hold up. That's Darkest Dungeon. This is Rogue Blight. Oh, this is the demo. Here you go. Wait, do we have a release date? Oh, he's planning to release it in 2 weeks. Yeah, guys, check it out. 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks. Check it out. Cakez looks hella clean. Look at this. Link it again. I can't find the link. Look at what? Okay, so did you just put your own game here? Did you just put your own game here, buddy? Huh? So I click on it right now. Did this guy... Not mine. But it looks hella clean. No. Es gibt hier eine Warteschlange, okay? Und wir alle stellen uns hinten an. Da gibt's keine Leute, die sie vordrängeln dürfen, okay? Nein. Hinten anstellen. Not mine. Ja, ja. Like, you can't go to a store and there's a line of people waiting on the cash register, waiting to pay for the stuff, and you get to go first. No. You stand. Du stellst dich hinten an in Englisch, okay? Because I don't know how to say that in English, but that's what you do. Okay? Also. Good stuff, my man. Yeah, I need to write this down. We need to play Code Run's game, but we can play it tomorrow. When it comes out, 2 weeks. September 3rd. There you go. Alright, guys, I think that is it for now. Igor, my man, has been working on the tower defense game. Looks like a lot of stuff's going on. What is with these damage numbers being on the bottom of the freaking rendering thing? Is this AI? Are we looking at AI, my man? Wait, has this guy not done some AI stuff on Discord? Huh? Duck Gain with 15k wishes. Guys, you are linking games. Hey chat, I've recently published my demo. Check it out here. All right, that's the last game we're gonna play. Time tomorrow. Yeah, we'll play that tomorrow. It looks interesting. All right, well, I'll add that to the demos we're gonna play tomorrow. There you go. And then we continue. Oh, that's from me, my man. This guy's been making a lot of demos and games. Holy cow. You kidding me? What does it say? Trying to switch up the style a bit. Does anyone like the tree/grass? Are you actually for real? That is the 11th of August. No, hold up. This is the 11th of April this year. You guys want to understand why I'm reacting like this? I'll show you why. 1 second. Let me just find the video. Here you go. And here he is making more progress. Hold up. And here he is making more progress. And he changed the grass again. He changed the grass again. Stop changing the grass.
12 seconds later.
He changed the grass again. 5 times in 2 months. We got about a month done. Yuva is still working on his grass. And here he is making more progress. And he changed the grass again. He changed the grass again. And what do we have here? Couple months later, this guy is still working on the grass. I don't want to see you. Next time I open this up, if I see you making grass again, I will unmod this guy. I will unmod him. How long? Like, this is even more crazy than me. I spend time on grass. I literally make like 3 different grass variations. This guy, yeah, he's the grass master. He's literally, his life is grass. It's getting better? No, it is changing. It's like the first iteration was the best in my opinion. That's the big problem. It is getting not better. This tree stump looks very nice though. You did a good job here. But the grass is not good. That's a sexy tree stump, not gonna lie. Buddy, I need a break. Okay, we're shutting it off here. That's another image. That's another image. Okay, it's the same day. Maybe the tree's color's a little better. That is the same image. This is. It is the same image. There is no difference. Wait until he sees the 3D. Oh, you're gone. You're gone. You're banned. Get him out of here! He has to be trolling. It looks fresher. Do you want to get banned too? Grass looks greener. Guys, please go. Go. There's the door. Go. Raus. Raus! I'm not doing this. Is Cakez responding to YouTube chat as well? No, I hate you guys. I ignore you on purpose to make you question whether I'm reading YouTube chat or not.
That burn proliferation, not taken a, not even close to be no. Ah!
Anyways, I'm done for the day. This was too much. Let's make some progress on the game. Okay, shall we do some programming? if I see grass one more time, bro. If I scroll down in the next couple of weeks and I see grass one more, I post grass one more time, bro. Post it one more time. I can't believe I already made a shot and there's even more grass. How is that possible? Okay, we're gonna play this tomorrow. Okay, guys? Let's continue. Add a walk animation, turn into half skeleton. Finish colors. Gothic 2 remake announced. Please don't. Am I okay? Hold up. Is AQ here? At AQ. Shit, he's not here. I need someone that play. Guys, tap 1 in chat if you played the Gothic remake. Type 1 in chat if you played the Gothic remake, please. And finished it. And liked the game. Oh, it's quite a few, actually. Actually, more than I thought. Did you like the game? It's shit. The caddy. Roast the Grassmaster. Yeah. What is this? Oh yeah, I hate Unreal Engine, guys. It's destroying our games. That looks nice. Not bad. That looks nice. 1. -1 works. -1 works too, yeah. That means you didn't play the game, I guess. Can you place a marker on Showcase so you don't scroll too far back? Cakes? How do I do that? The only thing I have is this. How do I make a marker? I don't think I can. But I will remember this. I will remember this. Mark unread. I tried that. Doesn't help. If I do mark unread and then I click and showcase again, it's gonna scroll me down to the bottom. We tried that before. Why is Unreal Engine destroying? So like, listen, man. Okay, so I played Gothic remake. And I also played it off stream a lot, and I looted all the chests, and I went into kind of deep dive on how the AI works, and I hated every second of it. Because the AI is so painfully bad that you could literally cheese almost every enemy in the game with your bow, or the AI completely bugs out, making some scenarios very bad. Not very bad, I was reading bad. Very unfair for the player. Give you an example, okay? Let me give it, maybe I actually have. It's probably not in recordings. Let me find it. Gothic opening chests. Let me see. So let me just see here. All right, here's perfect example. So, essentially, I was trying to open chests in a hut. And whenever I made a mistake... Number one, it took like 10 years. But okay. Whenever I made a mistake, which I guess in this case I didn't, I had to go outside the hut, press F5 to save. You'll see here at the top. It says game was saved. Then I have to slowly walk back into the hut, go to the chest and watch him wake up. That's the first issue. Okay, he didn't wake up. So I made a mistake here. I will make a mistake here. That's the first time we're trying this lock. Then he wakes up. I'm like, okay, fuck. I need to load. Now the game's loaded, and what I need to do is I need to wait for the go to sleep animation to finish before I can enter the house again. Because the moment why am I doing it so badly here? Here, they're perfect. So it loads. I need to wait Turn the camera, please. I need to wait for him to go back to sleep, because Unreal Engine does the stupid T-pose when you spawn in. Then they have to make their go to sleep animation slowly go down, and while they play this animation, if you go into their hut, they know that you're there because they are not in the state sleeping, they are in the state I'm awake, even though they should be sleeping right now. So if you save inside a hut and you load inside a hut and someone's sleeping in their bed, they will detect you immediately and attack you. And they know that you stole from their chest if there's a chest in the room. So somehow magically, they know that you stole from them when they couldn't know this because you reloaded the game. That's one issue. One giant issue. And now watch me go to the chest and see him wake up. So now I have to load the game 10 times for me to get lucky that he doesn't wake up when I go to open the chest. This is so annoying. It makes me so
Sturdy
mad.
Post says cool. That's
How
a
is
Gothic dev prop.
This is pissing me off so much, and this is so badly coded. There's keine Entschuldigung, dass das so scheiße ist. So schlecht. Ist scheiße. I hate it. And there's other issues. Like, I was playing Bowman. I would shoot an orc hound, a walk. The orc hound would run at me, run past me, do a drive-by, completely ignore me, run into Africa, and be gone for like 5 minutes. At some point, they come back, full HP, and go back to their idle pose. And I'm like, bro, what you doing? Why don't you attack me? And then the same thing, another thing is, I attack someone in the camp, I have a feud with them, and the entire camp attacks me. I run away, and apparently, since I'm running away, there's another guy chasing me. They have like an insane aggro radius that aggroes the entire camp on a cooldown. On like a 1 second cooldown. And then the entire camp is running after me. I can't even run away. I have to run outside the fucking camp to un-aggro the guy, then sleep somewhere in the bed so I can go back to the camp and then finally do my stuff. It's so badly coded. I hate this. Who thought this was a good idea? And then another thing. I'm level 10. I attack a level 5 guy. I hit the guy down. He lays on the floor. I've already beaten him. I draw my weapon when he stands up again. He's gonna attack me again. There is no memory at all. Number one, I'm stronger. And no awareness of the enemy AI as to what's happening in the world. It is a generic NPC that is programmed to just constantly attack me, no matter what happens. And how can it be that a game that came out 26 years ago, when I'm level 10, I draw a weapon in front of a level 5 guy, the level 5 guy says, whoa, hey, cool down, buddy, it's all good, you won. Why can you not code this in? And then people say that this game is a really good incarnation of the original game. No, it's not. It's not even close. And please don't get me started on the voice actors. You have like this ghetto guy that is clearly out of America, from a ghetto, with his slang words, you know, and then we have this other guy that is a British guy. It's like, hey, it's very funny and very happy to see you. And then you have like a typical normal American accent. It's like, bro, it's all over the place. It's completely ripping me out of the game world. I hate it. No, and guys, I didn't even talk about the graphics that constantly lag. Like, okay, fine, talk about the graphics. Why is Unreal Engine bad? Well, number one, the game runs like shit. It's so bad, I talked to someone in a dialogue, the game lags. Because Unreal Engine is doing some fuckery to make the models more crazy or something. I don't know what Unreal Engine does. But all of a sudden the game starts to freeze and my entire stream is starting to dry. Because it doesn't have enough computational power to send the stream up to the internet. The graphics is not okay, man. The game should not lag like that. Riot uses Unreal Engine. Anyways. There's more things, but yeah. I've had enough. And oh, it makes me so mad. The generic, I've had enough. Right? Watch this guy say, I've had enough. I can't go out because the door is another issue. You saw that? The door was closed because I reloaded the game, and then the door was actually context aware all of a sudden. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to be open. Hold up. Now you're closed. Oh, now you're open. What the hell, man? What is this trash? Sorry, I'm just a gamer at heart, and I know that Config has been notoriously janky, but not to this point. Not to this point. Sorry. And that's why I can't play the game on stream, because I get frustrated. I play many indie games, and they are 1,000 times better coded than this. And I don't want to put a bad name on them, because the developers who made the remake, they tried to do a really good job. And I gotta be honest, it's the best what we could get. They really tried. You can see that. They tried. They tried. But it's, in my opinion, it's not good enough. And maybe it's cause... So that's why I ask you guys, am I too negative? What do you guys think? Ah, great. We have an ad break right now. Great. Yes. Those people that say yes, what do you think I am too negative on? Yes, no joke. Okay, so then what is the issue? I want to know. You put every blame on the engine while the devs just cut corners and made this buggy. I never said that it's the engine. I said Unreal Engine is bad because of the graphics. I never said it's the engine. I can see that the devs tried, but I can also say, like, putting a voice actor in the game is not the engine. That is the decision of someone higher up. That's not what you said. Cakez, look at the GitHub down detector page. What? It's wank devs with no idea how to make stuff. If an engine makes you lazy at wrong parts, you're bad at making games. Cakez. I can't see my repositories. Cakez? Will your own Gothic game be next after the 200k enemy one? I think so. I think I'll start with that, yeah. So, wait guys. So your only complaint is that I said that it's Unreal Engine, not the devs. But okay, fine. I take that. Maybe I misphrased it, okay? That was not my intention. My intention was not to say that it's only Unreal Engine's fault. Because clearly there are good Unreal Engine games. My intention, I was talking about the gameplay. And what I don't like about Unreal Engine is that, or at least in this case scenario, I don't like how the game lags. Fine, let it be the devs who are at fault here. Okay? But my question is, am I too negative in saying what the issues are, or having issues with the issues that I'm presenting? That's what I'm asking. So I presented you a bunch of issues that I have with the game, right? And I want to know what you guys think in terms of the issues that I pointed out, and if I'm being too stingy with those. So, for example, Vorbor said that I'm too... I think that was you, maybe? I don't want to call out people, right? And I'm not mad at all. I'm genuinely Looking for feedback, that's all. And then we get to coding. Okay, guys, we'll get to coding. Because that is something, guys, you have to understand that Gothic has been my life. It is the reason why I make games. It is literally the stuff that pushed me to sit down and make games. Right? That is why I am so critical. But let's see. Let me see. I share the Unreal Engine criticism. Lumen and Nanite are completely garbage. The customized C++ is bad, however. Customized C++? You're overblowing the bank. They are not game bugs. They are not game breaking. Finished the game twice and I barely saw how many things you saw. I love Gothic 2. Recently played all of them. So, okay, maybe you didn't go into... Okay. For me, it's game breaking when I reload the game and I have to wait for an animation to finish to go back into a house, or when I save inside a house and then I have to go outside the house to save the game and load the game and then go back inside the house because Unreal Engine spawns the guy in a T-pose and I have to wait for his go to sleep animation to finish. If I don't wait for that, he sees me inside the house. That, in my opinion, is incredibly annoying and lazy. Like, it's so tedious to deal with that. Basically, it destroys the thief playthrough, in my opinion, because you can't act as a thief, because you can't load. And single-player games are designed that you can load. Otherwise, why would you have a load feature if that's not something you could do? Right? Then, okay, then you have Dark Souls. Then Thief becomes a lot more difficult, but still... Then it doesn't matter if you load in a T-pose, but loading and then all of a sudden you have to be outside the house or they see you and kill you. That was one of the biggest complaints, and then the entire camp. Okay, at least I can see that it could be a design decision that the guys follow you, right? When you attack someone in the camp. In my opinion, the old Gothic just did it 10 times better. And maybe that's the reason why I'm so critical, because I know how much better the old game handled the AI, and the new AI is so much worse comparatively. And they literally just had to do copy paste, which is like someone already gave you the blueprint, you just had to code it in. Okay, guys, it's my god. Can you guys stop hanging up on my choice of wording? Okay, I don't mean to say that Unreal Engine puts the T-pose in. That's just my assumption, okay, buddy? That seems to be the basic thing that Unreal Engine does. You spawn in a world, enemies start in, or actors start in a T-pose. Okay, that's what I'm assuming. I don't mean to say that that's how they did it. That's just, okay? My god, these people, they're like,
Cakez said it this way, and that's what he meant, because he literally said these words, and since he's deliberately choosing his words, I know that he meant that way, and that's the wrong way to say it, because he's so fucking dumb. He's such a stupid idiot, and I hate how he always goes on Unreal Engine and never takes the text. That's what actually people do.
just choose words. No, how about Mr. Enix takes a break? Because I literally said 5 seconds ago that I could have chosen other words, but I'm streaming right now and I'm trying to choose the best words. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Let me see. I agree that there are some bugs. I didn't say some of them are not game breaking, just my opinion. I died so much in some areas as I went unleveled. I never saw the T-pose on load bug. Have you never loaded inside a house? In Gothic Remake? Just go, sneak into a house, save and load. And watch them attack you, because you're inside the house. That's one of the issues. Another issue is attack someone in a camp, let them chase you, the entire camp runs after you. I've had enough. Anyways, let's move on. All right, that is obviously my opinion. But thank you guys for the fürs Gespräch. Dankeschön. Let's move on. You scroll past my point. Oh my god, fine. I'm gonna read that point. We are taught at university how to optimize Unreal Engine and Unity for assets, character, environment, but I don't think those lessons are popular as be a game dev now tutorials on YouTube Cakez. But I mean, they are a big company. Surely they have an onboarding process, you know. That's what I mean. The THQ Nordic is a big company. They are under the Embracer group, and so there is to be a certain quality expected. Not accepted. Expected. They didn't optimize save scamming. Onboarding process, bro. They hire with expectation that you already know everything. Maybe the publisher pushed it out the door before the devs were ready, but they had 6 years, bro. They had 6 years plus. They put out the game when I started learning. Generational rage bait. Oh my god, Task DJ is already trying to trigger me. It's Unreal Engine's fault because the devs had to make their own engine. They would know a little bit more than how to drag asset into the scene, rile up the few. Okay, buddy. Akina are noobs, right? I never said they're noobs. I'm just saying that... I don't know, guys. Maybe it's just me, but if you already have like a blueprint on how to make the game, you literally have the game. How is it so difficult to just make that? I don't get it. Cakez, will you learn for your... Oh. I will learn this. I mean, I'm learning right now, buddy. I am learning right now. Let's make this game, guys. Let's go. It's time. But okay, I mean, I get that most people don't like... or let's not say most people. I get that people do not agree with my stance on Gothic, and maybe that is because I grew up with the game. Because my brothers share my sentiment, actually, and they grew up with the game too. They don't like the voice actors, they don't like some of the decisions either. So maybe it's different if you grew up with these games versus you've played them recently or just one time. You're gonna solo dev the game? I don't know. I never said it's Unreal Engine's fault, guys. It's just the choice of words that I chose, and I already said that obviously the developers make the decisions, right? It came across the wrong way. I said it, I meant it differently. Okay. Don't assume that I mean Unreal Engine only. But what I mean is that Unreal Engine enables the bad graphics. Okay, because it's easy. That's what I mean. And so we had the same, at least it ran better, but we had the same blurriness and washed out, yeah, blurriness actually. Motion blur and blurriness in Black Myth Wukong. Even though the game was really good, the AI was awesome. The blurriness really put me off too. Palworld doesn't have it as much though. And so Palworld, I didn't even notice that. I had a lot more fun exploring the world in Palworld because maybe they did something different, I don't know. But by default, Unreal Engine is known to be blurry and movement. Motion blur, stuff like that. You could turn it off, but then you still have the other blurriness. TAA, yeah. And so by default, you have all of these. Unreal Engine like puts all of these packages in and then gives you the package as a whole. And it is your job then to basically seep through the layers and understand everything, which most people won't. Because as most customers, that was my point. I was reading through a lot of Reddit comments about the game, and most people really like the game. And so for me, from the other perspective, I didn't enjoy it as much. So I was like, okay, so these issues are just apparent for me, or I really just see these issues for myself, and the general gamer public don't really see these as issues. They don't mind. Or maybe, yeah, maybe they just don't mind, or they don't notice them. You know, it could be that they don't notice them, or they are just used to this. You know? That's essentially my point. I never change settings in games, I play them as intended. No, it's not about changing settings, it's about... let's just move on. I think the old graphics were better before we had the upscaling. And for me, the best example is Witcher 3. Before they did the update to DirectX 12, in my opinion, Witcher 3 was amazing. It looked amazing, played amazing, very efficient. In my opinion, before upscaling was a better time. It looked better and played better. Because I think upscaling makes devs lazy. Honestly. Alright guys, time to attack enemies back. We need a buffer to ride... We need a buffer to ride circles to. An efficient buffer with little data. That's what we need. Time's over. Time's over. You know, argue time is over, work time begins. I need a struct. Do we always have damage areas to be circuits? Do we have more? Anyways, I appreciate the honest feedback, especially from who did I just pull up? I forgot. I don't really, you know, I don't see it as a negative. I thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. I tried to improve, you know, and obviously, if me, yeah, thank you, Vorbo. I appreciate that, and it's always good, in my opinion, to gather feedback from your viewers, from people who watch you. And I noticed that I was, let's say that. I started with not as much fun into the Gothic remake, and I tried to find the fun. I had a little bit of fun in the game. Maybe you guys could see that. And then I stopped having fun. Don't want to no, that's totally fine. Like, I need feedback like this. And you guys have seen it too, right? That I wasn't having as much fun in Gothic, and last time was, I think I hit a breaking point where I'm genuinely just disappointed. And I cannot change my mind on that. That is my honest opinion, and I might be alone in that. So I'm just gonna stop playing it on stream and we move on. I think I'll have a lot more fun playing Thronefall. Something. Archelaus, yeah, Archelaus is a great mod, yeah. Prost! 0-0. Krombacher. Kein Alkohol, meine Freunde. Okay? Kein Alkohol. Null Alkohol. Trying to replace coffee a little bit. Because I really... Maybe coffee is not the best for me. Zero alcohol? No, I don't like alcohol. I don't like drinking alcohol. Though I do like the taste of alcohol-free beer. It tastes isotonisch in English. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for following, Mr. Warber. Appreciate it. Replace coffee with beer sounds better.
It has zero stupid alcohol, buddy. It is zero alcohol.
So I think I thought about making damaging areas. Very lightweight. Where, if we go through some numbers, right? 8 bits allows a value range between 0 and 255. 16 bits allows us to go from 0 to 1600 something. 16k, let's just say 16k. Hold up, that's 32k. Or, yeah. 60, it's 65,000? Oh, actually it's 65,000, okay. 35. So it allows us to go, thank you, I appreciate that. Now, what about position? We need a position in the damaging area. I don't think we can package that any more tightly, because I do not want to lock the players into a grid position. Grid positions would be easier to, so like position has to be 2 floats, right? That's gotta be 32 for X and 32 bits for Y, for the Y coordinate, right? So we have X and Y. Oops. So we definitely want a vector 2 position. Now a damaging area can both be a rect, though do we want to have a rectangle? Maybe not. Maybe it'll always be a circle. Maybe that's the easiest, because circles are just so easy to compute in the shader. Distance to circles is so much easier. Just wanted to say thanks for the stream. So the reason I want to make my own games, and I enjoy seeing you struggle but solve problems. Appreciate it. Unfollowed at one point as you were negative in reviewing others' games. Really? Do you have like an example so I could rewatch that? Was I too negative to some game? Which one was it? Was it the AI game? Let me see. And then here we could do, I think we can package the size into 32 bits. But then that would be a float, right? The problem with this is we would need padding, I think. I think we need this padding. Yeah, obviously it'd be the radius, right? Oops. Thanks for stream. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. There was a dude who made some kind of Yu-Gi-Oh card game. You kind of didn't understand what he wanted to make. The game was flawed, but of course had charm. Needed to work and couldn't find. Oh, I remember. That was Thronefall's game. Yeah. I see. Yeah, I'll rewatch that. It's still not a VOD on YouTube, but I can rewatch the video, the VOD. See what I said? Wrong. You made a card game recently, and I played your game with the island, where I jumped up the trees, and I was having a difficult time jumping up the trees. That was your game, bro. Oh, it was Letakio. I see. No, so I apologize. Yeah, it was Letakio. See? Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay, guys. Is that really... I mean, how many damaging areas are we gonna upload each frame, huh? I can watch Cakez for a few days, then I get saturated with the yelling and raging, and I'm good for the next few months. So you kind of need like a yelling fix or something? Do you need someone to yell at you in real life, Oreos? I can yell at you if you want to. It's like, I haven't been yelled at in a while, man. I wish someone would yell at me. I hate you! Thank you, I appreciate that, man. Oh, that was good. Okay. Next day. Let's just move on. Thank you, appreciate that. What is padding? Padding is to basically add data that is nothing, as otherwise the data alignment on the GPU would put a... It would write the... If you think about this as an array, I can do this on the CPU, and then the position would... Inside, I have a damage area array. The position would always be the position. You need the alignment, yeah. And if I don't do this padding on the GPU, then it would write the next position into this invisible padding, and therefore the next index in damaging area, the first index or the second element, would only contain half the position in the x coordinate, which is the y coordinate then, right? It would shift it. And then it would also contain the radius. And then the radius would be the next position again. And so like it would offset in a bad way. So that's why we probably need padding, but I'll test if we don't. All right, and let me put this in the damage area. Shader data. Let's do shader header. I'm using web GPU. Nice. Well, it looks like, guys, we can't really optimize this for space, unfortunately. But then you stopped watching more for me being negative towards another dev than being negative about Gothic. But okay, that's fine. You know, it kind of irks me a little bit because I really like to finish things. Maybe it's some stuff with my brain. Maybe it's this where people really always want to have it clean or something. I don't know what that's called. But I really just like to start and finish things. It really annoys me if I just stop Gothic and don't finish the, let's say, the playthrough as Let's Plays on YouTube. Even if they don't get views, I really don't mind that. But what really irks me is if I just stop midway through. Don't like that. And yeah, you could say Black Myth Wukong is the same thing. Sure, I stopped playing Black Myth Wukong, but I guess I literally had a freaking baby at the time, okay? I had a baby. So, some people stop streaming entirely or doing anything, stop working on their games entirely, and I took a week off and I came back. Continued streaming, continued working on the game, so I just stopped playing Black Myth Wukong because I realized I need to finish the game. We need money. So I feel like that's different. Honestly believe that is a different story. All right, so we need damaging areas. How many? Maximum damage areas. Do we do 64? It'll be more. Let's do 512 for now. Shader header. Let me think. Here we go. I think that's... Put it here. Const. Max damaging areas is of type I32. There you go. What's the difference between map GPU and map GL? One is good, one sucks ass. One gives you error messages that explain what happens. The other one just says invalid index, invalid operation, invalid parameter. So it's up to you what you use, my buddy. All right, guys. So I want to click with the mouse and have a damaging area spawn. Let's do that in debug testing. If I click the left mouse button, I'm gonna spawn a damaging area and set the position to the input mouse position world and the radius to be 120.0f. And then we do render data dot damaging areas. Hold up, did I not save this? I did not. Then we need also a counter. And oh, we need a counter that needs to be in global data. Yeah, we need that counter here, because then int. Hold up, we have vector to padding. So we need, hold up, we need another int padding. Then we have the DA count. We can get rid of that. We need to reload for that. And then here, render data.global data.da count ++. We also need to check if render data.global data.da count is less than array size of render data damaging areas. Hold up, that's array size, so right, that's the entire size. Hold, array size. Shouldn't we do array count? Divided by the size of. I'm confused. I think that's correct. Maybe that's gonna be. That is already the count. That is the count. Weird. I'm making my own game engine, which is not the best idea. It's not the best thing to do. I don't think I'll ever get rid of me complaining. It's part of my life. I try, man. I try my best not to complain too much, but sometimes I don't know. Let's see. So we do render data damaging areas on this. Hold up. Is DA. There you go, guys. So now we can spawn a damaging area where the mouse is. We don't have any visual feedback for now, like an animation or something. But we have that. And then in the compute enemies, they need to know. Man, we're getting a lot of stuff in here. I want a storage buffer that I'm just reading. Damage areas. Okay, that means, hold up, we need to change that here to be number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Should I just put this at the end? Hold up. Just put it at the end. Damaging areas. Thanks to you guys, I'm actually starting to get back into the game. I love the passion you guys have. Also, Zons, my man, that's awesome. And Blue Alien Bird, Mr. Warburn, Mr. Shep's Christen Fan, and Mr. Nace Equilibrium. Nase. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you guys. Big W's to you. Hold up. Main. Cakes, hey, Avatar for Zula, how you doing, my man? Good morning. By the way, did I pause notifications? I did. Maybe I'm pause.
Sturdy Post says Cakez forget about Gossip and go for Dark Souls to run Cakez 7 happy.
Ho ho ho!
Forget about Gothic, go for Dark Souls too. Yeah, I mean that would be a nice choice, right? Dark Souls is good.
Your welcome message is empty, Peepo sad.
Thought you might appreciate. Oh, yeah, that's not for me. Okay, sorry. I'll check it out later. I actually don't check it out. Who got banned? Ah, that was earlier. No one's banned, bro. No one's banned. Let me see. All right, we need to upload the... All right, we need a new buffer, which is DA buffer. We use the render data damaging areas. And render data damaging areas. Here, see guys, I use size of damaging areas. Why does this work? When copying damaging areas. Isn't this... Oh, I use size of, not array size. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. I take everything back. I get it. Tiled storage buffer. Damage buffer description. Put that here. Then DA buffer. Good stuff. Good. We created the buffer, and then when we reload the pipelines, reload programs, compute enemies. Oh, hold up, that is chunk enemies. Compute enemies now has another binding, which is a storage buffer in slot 5, right? Yes, slot 5 that we need to read from. Just read from. That's the important part. Bind group in, yeah. So binding number 5 uses the DA buffer, which is size of damaging area and then max damage areas. Good. New experience, what percentage? Hey Nightshade dude, my man, long time no see, bro. Good morning. What percentage of development time effort do you have to put into engine versus the game, and how different do you think it would be if you tried to do 3D? Difficult to say. Didn't try to do 3D too much yet, so I really don't want to say how much because I can't tell, but how much development time in the beginning? 100% of development time, and as you continue to move forward it gets less and less, but if you think about it like this, let's say 3 years, you make game plus engine. First year is probably mostly spent on the engine. Because you're gonna rewrite the backend code a lot. Because it's gonna become out of date. Your priorities will shift. I think it's just... Guys, I think frameworks are best. Go with Raylib, yeah. I think Raylib's the best. Damaging areas. Okay. What do I do? Do enemies have... You know what? If an enemy is inside a damaging area, I will just kill the enemy for now. Let's do that. And we do this right here. Damage. So for loop. For int I... Ah wait, I need to find a for loop properly. Which... is in quad. Here you go. So... global data, DA count, or what is it? Forgot. No, hold up. Global data is DA count and padding, and the shader header also needs to update that global data. Okay, so now that we have that in the compute enemies. Raylib is bad. Yeah, sure, buddy. Raylib's doxed. Raylib's really nice using it. Plus Odin right now. I'm coming from the Asm and Sea world. No, Raylib is awesome, yeah. Basic, yeah, guys. You see, guys, you're typing basic because your likelihood does not depend on something like that, right? You're just doing it for fun or whatever, right? And so you're looking down on people from this high and mighty position of, oh, it needs to be written in Asm and C, it's, you know, the most clean code ever. Or, oh, this guy is not using any templates at all, and STD, whatever. What a dummy. He's wasting his time. Odin meh. Yeah, sure, buddy. See, like, this guy's just... Okay, const. Hold up. How do I get the distance again? Let's get a damaging area. Var DA is, or let DA be damaging areas on I. Let distance be da.position minus enemy.position. Length squared. I think I used that, right? Yeah. Cool. Now we can check if we just check the radius times the radius, right? So if I have a radius of 10 on, let me draw that actually. Also, let me just check something in chat real quick. You guys were listening to a new song for Tangy today for about 2 hours. No one complained. Well, that's a good sign. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Thank you for being test. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you. You didn't notice, huh? You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the feedback. I was about to point out. Turn it on again. I enjoyed it. That is supposed to be a pirate song for another level that I'm planning on making. So, anyways, let's see. So we have a circle here. That is 10. 10. Then I take distance between two of them. I mean, each one of them has a collision circle, right? So I need to add those two together. That means each enemy needs to have a collision circle. We could say the separation distance. That would be easy. So we do let min dist or collision distance be separation distance plus the a dot radius times the a dot radius. Or we already bake the squared radius into the damaging area, but let's just square this on the GPU. And then if distance is less than or equal than collision distance, then we do enemy.components or equals component def. And let's just fix all of the compilation errors right now. See what happens. Cakez, are you using texture to the arrays? You should send the textures for every animation state to the shader and switch between them all in the shader. I think I'm doing that. Hey Cakez, hope you're doing good, mate. Thank you, Octane. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm doing good. One weak point of Raylib, no custom hardware mouse cursor. Really? Really the only weak point that for me Raylib has is the OpenGL, and I'm a little bit scared and reluctant to use it because of that. But otherwise, Raylib is just amazing. And maybe I'm just dumb for that. Because Stardew Valley is the most successful game ever. Talking about one person making a game. Not available in the pipeline layout. Binding 5. Doesn't match the shader storage access. Storage class has load and store. Really? Does it now? Where? Compute enemies. Shader binding type storage. Where does it say load and store? Am I blind? Compute enemies? I'm not using AI for coding, no. Why am I not using AI for coding? I don't know, I enjoy coding. Three hungry eating machines here, my man. Congrats. Read-only storage, I think that's what I need. Storage by default seems to be read-write. Okay. That was a question I had last time too. Now I know the answer. Cool. Let's see. Now the big question is... Bah! They stopped moving! I guess it works? They still collide with the other enemies though. Watch. Boom. I want them to disappear though. Lol, they all died here. Okay. I suppose now... It would be cool to get a knockback on the enemies instead of just killing them flat out. Looks kind of nice. I like the circle a lot. That seems to be like 120 pixels too, so we can already affect the enemies. Did you make them draw a butt? Kinda, yeah. Or two boobies. Yeah. So right now what's happening is simple. We need a draw buffer for enemies and an update buffer, and the draw buffer should decide which enemies to draw. So we kinda need a second buffer on the GPU only, where enemies in and enemies out happens. So here we will just read the enemies, and then we write the enemies that we are supposed to draw, which will then result also in less issues. Because what we had before is that we would invoke the shader stage to draw, but then we would have to do some stupid return or draw an empty triangle or an empty quad. I think what we need is in and out enemies. And in enemies, enemies in. Yeah, enemies in and enemies out. I think that's a bit better. So we need... Yeah, great. Of course, then we get an issue. I think it'll just be right. And here is a read. Do we need to read something to enemies in and right? How many times you wanna spam that, buddy? Guys, Tokyo Spliff is live. You wanna write it one more time? Are they dying because of your shine? No, they're dying because I clicked with the mouse and spawned a damaging area without an effect. Enemies out. So what are we writing here? Also, from enemies out, I need to write back to enemies in and the counter too. Cakes. Let's see, what is this? Apparently there are bots watching live cam video and proposing AI and chat as marketing. Yeah, but I mean, it's not gonna do... It's like, I don't think it's gonna help much in this channel. Because I just don't use it. I don't think it's a good advertisement tool here. Okay. I guess it makes sense. Do an append buffer? Trust me, super easy and could just append into it. Don't have to manage anything other than clearing it at the beginning of each frame, and you can cull before appending. Yeah, we need to clear the enemies out buffer. We need a counter as well, I think. Do we? Array length enemies. How did we... I don't understand. Array length. So array length means append buffer? Hold up. Can I? How does that work? How does it know the counter here? We already turned it off. Yeah, an atomic counter. Yeah, but I never set a counter anywhere, anywhere. This open source project? It's not, no. Reason for that is because of the sprites that I drew. The code itself is just not that sophisticated. It's more about protecting the sprites. So we are setting the position of the enemy. I think, guys, if I ping pong between two buffers, then I never have to clean up enemies. And I never really... I mean, there will be edge cases. How do I target enemies? That'll be a difficult thing to do. How do I target enemies? Enemies die, yeah, enemies die. You'll be rendering off-screen enemies right now is not a big deal. I can render 200,000 enemies in one swoop, and it takes like less than a millisecond. That is right now, even on my home PC, which has a much worse graphics card. Very old one. We need to set the position, then after we're done, we copy the other buffer back into this. Just saying, you've got a lot of chatters proposing AI, and a lot of them can just be paid bots. I see. It's called compacting. I think we can just say enemies out. This, and then we need a second buffer. Let me test. Enemies out. Enemies out. We need another buffer. It's not the transform buffer. Enemies buffer. It's literally the same description, but we need two buffers now. We need enemies in buffer and enemies out buffer. And I deliberately changed this without renaming. So the bind group here for the compute enemies has the chunk. Takes enemies in. Yeah. That's fine. Next. Enemies in. Then this one has a 6th binding, so a 7th actually. Excuse me. Enemies out buffer. And then hold up, it also needs to have, here we have the first one, right? It's the storage buffer, that's the enemies in. That is storage read only. Storage. And then at the bottom, binding number 6 is storage, because we're going to write to this. That is enemies out. That's here. And then when we render the enemies, we have a read-only storage vertex buffer in the vertex stage. Sorry, not vertex buffer, in the vertex stage. And that will be the enemies out buffer. Okay, those are the enemies that we draw. Okay. Now, the thing is, if I do this, then the enemies will never move, because I need to now also copy the enemies out buffer to the enemies in buffer. I need to basically copy one buffer to the other buffer. And I don't know if I need a compute pipeline for that, or if I can just do a memory copy operation. So I will try to do a memory copy operation. But okay, and I think for now that should be it. Let me build the game and see if the enemies show up, but they don't render. That would be the first step. Let me see. We create... we need to create the enemies in buffer and the enemies out buffer. Enemies in. And we kind of don't need to write to this buffer, because that's been written, that will be written to from within the compute shader. Let's just write this here. Will be written to inside the compute enemies pipeline. Compute enemies stage. You hold two descriptors. One goes A to B and the other one describes B to A, and then you swap. You hold two descriptors. One goes A to B and the other one does B to A, and then you swap. You hold two descriptors. So basically two different pipelines. Two pipelines that have exactly the same descriptors but flipped. Make them an array of descriptors and pass that as a push constant or something. Bro, I have no idea how that works. You mean like an integer value to read from and write to? The push constant says, push constant could say, but don't I have to do an if check then? Will that if check slow down? Mr. Avatar for Zula, my man. 5 days until I'm 2 months free of cigarettes and doing 2 months of breaker cutting, my man. Good job, bro. Very nice. Congratulations. You have two real buffers in the same pipeline, and you just bind them through names. And each frame you swap which buffer gets assigned to what name. How can I do that? I need to bake buffers into a pipeline, guys. I can't do that. That doesn't make sense. Guys, this is not DirectX, unfortunately. In Vulkan, you need to bind this stuff to the pipeline, and when you create a pipeline with a bind group layout, you have to change the bind group layout each frame, and that's, I think, expensive. So I suppose you would just flip the pipelines, or you would... Man, pipeline creations is just so bad. You know how slow my game starts because of all those pipelines I'm creating? It's super slow. I've never had a game start so slow. Other than in Vulkan, of course. We'll get to this, okay? We'll get to this. We get a couple more errors. Let me fix those first. Enemies in buffer doesn't exist? Hey? Hold up. I think it builds now. Okay. Stop. That looks good to me. Let me run this for a second. And that doesn't work too much. Let's see. var storage right, enemies out. The global variable enemies out is invalid. Storage address space doesn't support write-only access, so that's gotta be read-write then. Fine. It's fine. I didn't know that, so that's something we learn. Cool. Okay, it's another issue. Compute enemies is invalid. Why?
Am I so out of touch?
Conflict with other
Amani
resource.
77 just
I
subscribed.
see. This is supposed to be number 6. Of course. Yo, Amani, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much for the support. I'm in an ad. Yeah, we chunked up the ads a bit to test out. It's actually been crazy good, not gonna lie. Okay, cool. It draws the enemies, guys. That means we now need to make the move. Meaning you guys are saying we should flip the buffers. I thought I need to copy the buffers, but flipping them would be so much easier. Is there a fast way to flip the descriptors in Web GPU? Let me ask AI, huh? Let me ask AI. In Web GPU. And see lang. I want to swap in a compute. I read from buffer A and write to buffer B. Both are the same size and structure. How do I change their descriptors to then read from buffer B and write to buffer A? Just hold 2 buffers, keep and update your gameplay data first 1. Each frame clear the render buffer. No, I think I'll explain it to you in a sec. My struct, read, write, read. And you want to reverse them for the next dispatch, yes. Bind group 0. Wait, bind group. Then alternate which group you use. Bind group entries. Entries A, B, entries B, A. Descriptor, bind group descriptor. Label A to B, B to A. Bind group A, B, bind group B, A. Web GPU compute set bind group. Display. Oh. It is literally that easy. Wow. Damn, that's easy. Oh, thank God. So it is the bind group that we change. We don't need to make a new pipeline. That is cool. You have to understand what I'm writing. So think about it like this, guys. I'll explain for those of you who don't understand what just happened. Basically, a buffer is a block of memory that holds some data, which is the enemies, right? It's never full, usually never full, because it holds 1 million enemies. But let's say we have like 400,000 enemies, and we operate on those enemies in the compute shader. And then the compute shader that updates the enemies decides to write to a second buffer, which is the same size, how many of those enemies survived and need to be drawn. Now, it'll draw all of them, even if they are outside the screen for now, because that makes it a lot easier. And it doesn't really waste too much performance. We could do a third buffer for just drawing enemies that are outside the screen and discarding them, but the very first easy iteration is, okay, so we had 100,000 enemies die. Now the buffer is that small of enemies, it shrank. And this is the enemies that I draw. These are then getting drawn in one call. Now that is frame 1. That's frame 1. Frame 2 then takes this buffer in the compute shader. It flips, basically. Takes this buffer. And it has less enemies this here, right? This is an E, guys. That's an E, okay? Like, I'm writing a terrible E. That's an E. How about I just... How about we do this, right? E for enemies. And it'll then take this buffer, which is this one, right? That's the same. And it'll write into the previous buffer, overwriting, I don't know, maybe even less. Right now, that means only this buffer can only shrink. But it would be very easy to add an additional step after this has been done and they have been drawn, which we just put a stage before this buffer right here that spawns enemies, and then maybe this many enemies spawn again, right? And then we start out here, and then maybe that many die, right? So like that, that would be a third compute stage that makes enemies spawn. That's an epsilon. Whatever. So basically the spawning of enemies will be another compute shader, which yeah, it's a bit annoying, but that's what we do. Okay, let's make 2 bind groups then. And I think we just need an integer value that gets that we increment and modulo each frame. How do I do that? Okay, I think... Okay, hold up. Upload enemies to the GPU. Reload. Reload programs. Enemies compute. Not. But that one also then needs to get the correct buffer in here. So we need 2 bind groups for this as well. which means we kind of need to yoink. The bind group creation. Here we go. We need to generate an additional bind group. That gets a bit more complicated, but it's possible. Sorry guys, it is actually a little bit difficult for me to wrap my head around this, but I think I got it soon. This is inside the create program function. Here's the compute program. We need to generate an additional bind group using entry count is array size of bind group entries and then bind group entries and address to that, I think. No. Then why is that complaining? Bind group layout. Shit. Hold up. Did I make it do it? Did I? Bind group entries gets passed into this function. And they are being used inside the... Oh, I need to create the bind group with specific values. That's what I need to get. I think I copied the layout, which we already have the layout. So I need to generate the bind group. Hold up, this is the wrong place. See, like that's really confusing right now. Because it's confusing because Vulcan. Fine, because you need to bake it all into the stupid pipeline. We'll get it, we get it. Bind group layout is chunk enemies dot no context chunk enemies dot shader dot layout. And then we need the count, which is array size of bind group entries. And the bind group entries is it a pointer or it is a pointer, which is an array. Okay. And then we generate the second bind group. And that bind group, I will just put, if I turn this into an array, bind groups to flip. This will allow us to flip buffers. Bind groups. Now this will cause a lot of issues. Oh god. By default we assign bind groups on 0. Bind groups on 0 and then we do bind groups on 1. Oh god. Yeah, okay. That's a bit of code to do, but fine. $32 gigabytes of RAM. Actually, the entire enemy buffer, I think, was like a megabyte or something. So not really that much data that you need to upload to the GPU, considering there are textures. One texture fills multiple megabytes and it's like a 1K texture or something. That's the cool thing that I learned about data when doing C++. An array, even if you waste space at the end by having it be an array, is never going to waste you a lot of memory, even if it's never full. Even if it's only filled up to 10%, what is gonna waste you memory are different things. Other things like textures, songs, sounds, stuff like that, rather than having 100 more slots in an array that are never filled. That is just if anything, a couple of kilobytes. It's so negligible in the grand scheme of things that it doesn't matter at all. It is totally unnecessary to think about that at all. And I love that. That was very freeing to learn. And ever since then I've only been using arrays. Fixed size arrays and then counters. No dynamic arrays like vectors or something. They were not needed. Still useful, but I didn't need them. Alright guys, we're done. Just a tiny bit more. Excuse me. Yeah, the setup code that you have to do just to render enemies properly and draw attacks and attack them and stuff like that is a lot of code. That is obviously the downside of the game. If you want to make the enemies run on the GPU, it's a lot of stuff that you need to do. Obviously the bind group stuff, that is something that also changes the engine. That is new tech, so to speak, that I wasn't thinking about when making this. So obviously right now this should be a loop. That shouldn't even be... This should be turned into a loop rather than saying 0, 1, 2. What if I add a third bind group? Then I need to turn this... Do all of that again, right? That's kind of bad, obviously. But for now it's fine. Almost done anyways. All right, here we go. There's one last shader. What do you guys think, by the way? What do you guys think, by the way? Should I try to push to get the game out this year? Or should I take it however it goes? Pretty sure we're gonna get some errors. IntelliSense stopped working for the main CPP file, unfortunately. Which is very annoying. It literally tells me that everything's fine, which is absolutely not the case. So I have to literally click here. Let's see, release all texture. One gaming is enough. Hello Jungle Fett, how you doing? Should always be the effort. Why not push? If you like, you can complete the game this year. Sure, why not? Well, I have to. I think I read it before the stream. I have to kind of finish the game. I have to have a Steam page on September 1st. Oh, I'm in the middle of the screen, guys. No one told me. Maybe someone told me. I forgot to read it. Whoops. Whoopsie. So we would definitely have to get that done soon. All right, so this is where we use the bind group based on this index, right? That'll flip. And then we use the group index to flip between the buffers. That would be for updating the enemies. And we also need to do that when we draw the enemies, which means we have to put this group index here. Yeah, let's keep it group index for now. It's a bad name. And it needs to be at the end. And I should rename this. Compute enemies index. Let's do that. What do you guys think? Should always be there for why not push? What's your opinion on someone making a game fully just following ChatGPT steps? You think it's doable in a mid-sized game? If you take the time to learn what ChatGPT tells you, I think it's possible. But if you just do what it tells you without ever validating it or trying to understand what it outputs, I think you will run into issues at some point. Why Steam page by September 1st? To be able to join next fest in October, I need to Steam page now. I'll have to read up on why that is. Next fest is in October, guys. If I want to join it, then I need a Steam page relatively soon. So I could try to push this week, which probably won't happen because on Wednesday and Thursday I have to pick up Zoe. So the streams will be kind of fucked. Either the streams will be late, or Wednesday there will be like a part in it where I have to play you guys a video. Something like that. I don't know. This bro ain't finishing shit by September 1st. Keep your negativity for yourself and wait, buddy, okay? Just wait. Yeah, you guys, you are naysayers. That's what you are. That's all. You are literally just naysayers. Hold up, this is ground transforms, okay. Are you doxing yourself? Am I? How? Let me see. How am I doxing myself? There's my name, but people know my name. I don't see how I'm doxing myself. How am I doxing myself? My name? My name, bro. Like, that doesn't matter. My name has been known for a while, so I don't think that's an issue. Render light map. Yeah. Okay, guys, this is the first time of me doing this, and I'm super scared to do something wrong. Sorry if this is a bit slow. Here, no game program. This is actually, yeah, this is rendering the game. And then here, when I... This is a transparent game, yeah. But what about the... draw enemies. So that's the bind groups on compute enemies index. Because here we need a different bind group for whenever we are rendering the game. I need to go to the bathroom, guys. I need to have 100% focus, and I kind of need to pee. So 1 sec, guys. You can watch the enemies approach. Actually, they don't walk. I don't think it works even. Actually, it does. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's continue. All right, guys, so here's the deal. I have a bit more time. I think we can at least have the enemy ping pong buffer thing going. So that we, we update the enemies between two buffers, and when an enemy dies, they just don't write into the next buffer. We have to kind of figure out the targeting of my units. They kind of need to be able to target enemies. We'll figure this out at some point, right? That's essentially the same thing that Laurin was talking about, where they couldn't have turrets with target priorities, and then they would just shoot bullets in a direction, which then just wrote a damaging area to the GPU, and the damaging area would then be used for calculation, for collision detection. So we'll have to figure that out. But okay, one thing at a time. Draw enemies is a program that needs 2 bind groups. So let's go back to here. And I hate how Vim searching has been really difficult. Reload programs and slowly look at the bind groups for this. All right, so let's call this second bind group. Or let's call this bind group B. Context chunk enemies, and then we do context.chunk enemies.shader.bind groups on 1 is bind group B. And we need to change the buffer in this entry to be a different one before we assign it to the descriptor here. Meaning bind group entries dot on 0 dot buffer is context dot enemies out buffer. This is where the flip happens. This is where the flip happens. The rest should stay the same because it's the same buffer. Then we generate the binding. Oh my god, sorry. Then we generate the binding in the second slot. And that is just to put the enemies into the chunks. Good. When we generate the enemies, we kind of have to do the same thing. So I think we can copy this part. Then compute enemies. We take compute enemies. We take bind group entries. And we need to flip two things. That's a bit annoying. And I think in order to get this correct or have it a bit easier to manage, I will put the binding on 6 right next to the binding on 0. Because then I always know that this is in and out, right? Because if I decide to add a binding later, the numbers will shift. That's a bit annoying. So we'll do that. And then we also need to change the layout. Enemies out to below enemies in. And then that'll be binding number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we go to compute enemies and we change that one right here to be below exactly this. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. Yeah, obviously that's causing an error now if I save. Stop. Good. Whew. It's really a lot to take in and to keep in your head, while at the same time making sure you do no mistakes. Good. And then we take, in this case scenario, we flip 0 and 1. The buffer of 0 and 1. In becomes out. Out becomes in. You need a wrapper? Yeah, I don't really have time to write a wrapper because I think it would take away a bit too much time right now. But yes, in the future you would want a wrapper. So this is the in buffer. Sorry. And it's the out buffer. And then it takes the compute enemies. Generates a new bind group and adds that to compute enemies. It would be great if this was it, but it's not. We also need to render the enemies. So we kind of need to change that buffer here as well. In the first iteration, we write to the out buffer. In the second iteration, we read from the in buffer. We read from the out buffer. Yeah. Sorry, I said write, but I meant read. So, and when I'm done thinking about this, I need a small break. We'll play Thronefall. And then after that, I might have a bit more time and we can actually add a damaging flash to the enemies. That would be cool. make them flash white, and maybe add some pushback to the enemies when we click. So poof, and then they, right? That would be cool. That would be a big change. Hopefully. Could you play voiceover game? No, I need to play Thronefall. Because Thronefall is part of making... Thronefall is... Just a sec. Thronefall is part of research. Okay, guys. I think we are almost done. Light map, bind groups 0. Apply lighting is bind group 0. Game program is bind group 0. Font program is bind groups 0. Bind group 0. UI. That's it. Yo guys, found out about a game called Tangy Defense. It's basically a Among Us game where you control a crew member and have to do minigame. No member named bind group. Really? Huh? What? No, that is a lie. That is a lie. It actually built. Sorry, it did build. Yeah, the game built. All right, guys. So let's first see if let's see if this works. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get some issues. All right. Entry with binding not found in the assignment bind group layout. Great. What now? The bind group layout with label of current set bind group. Oh god. I need to name the bind groups. Man, what? Binding 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is not found in the assigned bind group layout. What? Compute enemies. The bind group layout of compute enemies? Oh god. What? What are you talking about? The bind group layout with a label. The current set bind group with label index 0 is not compatible with the corresponding bind group layout with the label compute enemies. Entries with binding 0 differ from the type. Oh, I see. So I made it read only. So I suppose the easiest thing would be to say read write, but that's a little less efficient, isn't it? Or we do read and then we change the first binding to read only. Because I just create a buffer, I don't say what type of binding it is. So I think what this is telling me is that it says read only. Why would that be an issue though? I don't get it. Why would that be an issue? How do you stay motivated working on the game? I feel like my ADHD just keeps making me rethink my ideas and constantly move to something new and more exciting. I do something every day, even if it's tiny things. How much gameplay you think we should offer? What would be the optimal playtime? That is different between games. There are some incremental games that have like 20 minutes playtime at most, and they still got very successful. Then there are other games that have hours and hours of playtime, but didn't get very successful at all. It's mostly depends on the game, but also if people have fun or not. What is more important is how appealing is your game? How many people can you draw in by making some videos, some screenshots, stuff like that. Are you in Germany? Yeah, I'm from Germany. I don't understand. So it says that binding 0, expected buffer, a storage buffer of read-only 2 has a dynamic offset false, but it got a buffer that is not read-only false. So the read-only is the issue. Let's see. This is where the flip happens. Guess it's in main. It creates a buffer, storage buffer, copy destination and copy source, which is not even true anymore. Huh? The enemy storage buffer is just a generic buffer. I don't even say what type of buffer it is. So I can't even say it's only read only. Man, I'm so confused, guys. My brain is about to explode because I am literally at the verge of becoming insane because it's so difficult to follow what I'm doing. The enemy's out buffer. Am I missing something? Huh? So it's huh? So for compute enemies, I just flipped the buffers. What is the problem? I don't get it. Huh? I flipped these two. It says 0 is read-only. Storage buffer. You are missing the enemy's out buffer. No, it's here. So when I define it, the enemy's out buffer is in the second slot. The enemy's in buffer is in the first. So the first is read only. Enemy's in is read in shader stage compute. And enemy's out in shader stage compute is read and write. Then I generate a layout inside compute enemies that I then use again. And I flip the buffers. I say that the buffer in slot 0 is now the out buffer. And the buffer in slot 1 is now the in buffer. And I... Now, yeah. And then I generate a new bind group. From this layout. They both should be read and write. No, because the bind group decides what they are. The layout says, like, how can a buffer... So it says it got a buffer of type storage that is read-only set to false. But it expected a buffer that is supposed to be read-only set to true. How is the buffer deciding what type it is? When the layout entry decides what it is. I don't understand. How can it say it's got a buffer that is of type read-only? When I generate the buffer, I don't say it is read-only. Or do I? One sec. Do I? Buffer usage is a storage buffer and a copy destination. I don't say what type of buffer it is. Yeah, but if it's defaulting to read only, then both of those should be a problem. Can you say buffer one more? How about you focus on the problem, Mr. Lawboy? Okay, I'm trying to concentrate here. Man, this guy. Oh. This seems too complicated, Cake. It's time for your Vulcan redemption art. No. Copy destination specifies it. No, because listen, guys. Just try, Cakes. That's not the point. I want to understand where the issue comes from. What is the problem? Huh? Fine. We'll just do this. We'll try. I really don't know. Just ask AI something you can go through with the debug, see exactly what is set to read only. Not really, no. Let's see. Guys, it's complaining about the layout again. Are you kidding me? Compute enemies. The expected entry with binding 2 is not found in the assigned bind group layout. What? Alright, what? In dispatch, the bind group layout with no label of the current bind group with no label at index 0 is not compatible with the corresponding bind group with the label of the compute pipeline with compute enemies label. The expected entry was not found. What? Excuse me, sir? Excuse me, sir? Oh, that's why Vulkan is so bad, because it's just so complicated, bro. Oh my god. It would be so much easier with DirectX, guys. Oh my god, this would be so much easier. I just generate some buffer and then I say bind. And we good to go, man. Oh. What are we talking about here? The expected entry with the binding to is not found in the bind group layout. Maybe... It didn't find the expected binding group? What? Man, guys, my head is about to explode. That stuff's just so complicated. Is it initialize the label? Is empty because I don't assign the label. Bind group A, B, bind group. Set bind group. Yeah, I mean, we set the different bind groups, then we dispatch.
Don't be afraid of poor marketing.
Hello,
and
AQ,
you'll
how
be
you
stronger.
doing, man?
Good game will sell nonetheless. The money will come to you.
What are we talking about? I don't get it. Why not use a ready-made engine? I tried that, man. I tried that. It just doesn't work. Compute enemies. Shader bind groups. Bind group B. Description. Compute enemies. Shader layout. It's a bind group layout. Huh? I don't get it. You may have a second layout somewhere else. Oops. Must have been stored some stupid stuff here. Let's see. Binding buffer seems to be reasonable. Sampler, texture view, buffer, binding size. So, hey, hold up. Bind group entries 6. Buffer is reasonable, same size. Same size. Buffer is also correct here. So that seems to be okay. Man, I don't understand. So it generates this bind group, sets it up. Then what is the problem? Let's look at the descriptor. Count 7 entries. Yeah, seems to be fine. Okay. What the hell? Honey? All I'm doing is flipping the buffer. Why does it say the other ones are not set? Modern API? Yeah, man, it's such a great API, buddy. That is so awesome. It is so easy to understand. Yeah, it generates a bind group. And then it assigns the bind group to a value. Oh, das gibt's doch gar nicht, buddy.
He said buffer. He said buffer. He said buffer. Daddy, he said buffer. Buffer, buffer, buffer.
Man, this is complicated. I feel like I'm burning 1,000,000 calories just getting this over with. What? I don't get it. Where is the issue? You sound like Pinky. It says expected entry with binding to was not found in the assigned bind group layout. What does that mean? I'm just gonna ask AI. Maybe they know, because I certainly do not. What do you mean? That is bind group descriptor entries does not contain an entry with binding to. Of course. Hold up, maybe the entry count is wrong. Try that again. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 0, 1, 2. Maybe I did something wrong. 3, 4, 5, 6. That must be correct. Hold up. Maybe it's something completely unrelated to this. And I accidentally put in like a semicolon somewhere. Array size, layout entries. Maybe the entry count is wrong. Let's see. Or, hold up. Or, it didn't build. Let me see. Did it build? Okay, so it definitely built without a compilation error. Let's check. So this descriptor says we have an entry count of 7. And if we look at the entries, let me just see. C S B G descriptor. Hold up. I see the G is lowercase g. And then we do dot entries.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Moonsteroid just subscribed, Moon Cakez. Thanks for skipping my game twice less than Free Feels Goodman, the dev of the MMO game from today. Actually shipped a few successful ones before. So it's not the first one. Game is basically a space mining and exploration game anyway. Here's my prime sub bros.
Thank you. I see. So, and why should he continue? Because he made successful games before, but maybe because he made successful games before, he realized that this game is not the game he should be focusing on and should make another game so that he can make another successful game. Huh? How about that, buddy? What do you think about that? Maybe you should listen to him. Huh? He made other successful... So, he doesn't even have a Steam page? Make a Steam page for him. Thank you so much for the support, though. Appreciate it. 5 months. Big W's. My man. Binding 1. Binding 2. Guys, Binding 2 has a buffer. Entry count is 7. Layout. Huh? I'm sorry, but I do not understand what the issue is. I do not understand where I go wrong. They all have stuff assigned. It's another buffer. Here's another buffer. So you created the bind group, but did you actually ensure it was being used for the display? Maybe the issue is, maybe the issue is that I'm not using the correct bind group for compute enemies. That could be it. Let's see. That's the first iteration, that's fine. Should work. Next frame, compute enemies on 1. We have 2 bind groups. Hold up. Aha. One more time, sorry. Try this again. Works. Works. It's... Compute enemies is 2. Compute enemies is 2. Compute enemies is 2. Compute enemies is 2. Oh my god, who put a 3 here? I put a 2. I put a 2. Who put a 3 there, guys? Who of you put the 3 there? Huh? I did. Ban this guy. Fire him immediately. I spent so much time on this and I was actually doing it correctly. I can't believe it, man. I was doing it correctly and I spent the time, I'm like trying to figure out what the issue is, and the entire time was someone in chat putting a 3 there instead of a 2, and you guys didn't even tell me there was a 3. Huh? Okay, I'm going to make sure No. I will never make this mistake ever again. Ever. Never. Const. Max bind groups is 2.
What a day, bro. This was already super complicated.
My brain. Please work. Please work. Please don't give me any issues.
Shit. They shouldn't ride to the buffer. Why do they stop? You're not supposed to ride to the buffer, guys.
Oh. Of course, I don't have a cleanup. I don't have a cleanup buffer. It's a default enemy because I don't use an atomic art. No. God damn it, it's not that simple. Ah, shit. Fuck. I need a cleanup. I don't want to write a cleanup code right now, guys. I don't want to write cleanup code right now, guys. No. Explain. GL clean buffer. Yeah. Well, essentially what I need to do is go cry. I need a counter that I atomically increment, and that counter acts as the index to write into the out array, and then the out array is then essentially what we need is maybe I can just put that in here. Like var workgroup enemy counter, which is an atomic, and then every time we write out, we do let enemy index. Where's that coming from? Hold up. That's fine. Let enemy, let's call it out index be atomic add from the enemy counter by 1U. I think is it 1 sec. It is a U32 enemy out index, enemy right that, and we also do enemy. I think an enemy has an index. Hold up, shader header. Struct enemy data. They do have an ID, and an ID has an index, huh? Yeah. So enemy ID dot index is enemy out index. Enemy right enemies out on enemy ID. You double declared. Think it's fine. There's no way this works and or is efficient. Where are the enemies? Uh-oh. They're all gone. They are all gone. Huh? What is this doing? Hey guys, what are you doing? Are you okay? Hey, buddy. Uh-oh. That doesn't look too good. The circle too big? There's no circle. It's the same code as before. What am I doing wrong, guys? What am I doing wrong? The chunking system doesn't work correctly, I think. Comment out the second line. You think this? Think that's the issue? Maybe. Doesn't look like it. They still behave the same. God damn it. It's gotta be chunk enemies, that's the issue. Yeah, okay, I thought this would be a bit more difficult to do. Let the index be. That is where the array and then the enemy itself. Maybe we do. Maybe we assign the index here, but that won't change anything. Oh, I'm never resetting the... Yeah, the count is reset. Hold up. The count is reset by invoking the shader. The count gets reset because of that. Enemies. Yeah, enemies. Guys, there's no way this works. Nope. They would already be approaching. They can't move. That is very interesting. What do you guys think is the issue? So this apparently does nothing. This seems to be the issue. Something to do with the code, yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, it's gotta be the atomic add, true. You are very probably right, my friend. We don't need that. Damage. Damage works, but then obviously enemies still show up. Enemies out. Array length. How does it know the length of the array? That should be some sort of counter somewhere else that I keep track of, but okay, we can keep that. Like, we can put it... I mean, event counter is here as well. I think it has to do with however you keep track of that index, because you're working with compacted spaces now, so you can't just interchange computes global index for the index. So somewhere you're probably conflating the two. Yeah, I think what happens is there are enemies who are not dead that are not initialized, and I think this array length has to do with the initial size that I'm uploading. The initial size of the array seems to be baked into this buffer, but I shouldn't be using array length. I should be using a counter that gets incremented and decremented each frame by some sort of code. That's what I think is the issue. I think it's this line right here. It's not even the line below. We need an enemy counter that we update. Atomic add. And unfortunately it can't be a uniform. So yeah. The event counter would then also be there. Vector length, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately that doesn't work. So we have those storage buffers, and then we need some sort of... If I put... Essentially what happens, guys, is if I put a atomic into one of those structures, I think they need to be a storage buffer or something else. I didn't figure out what it is yet. So for example here, we could say this is enemy count. And then we say, well, no, it's not just enemy count. It is an atomic. Right? If I do that, then I need to create this buffer differently because I'm going to be writing to this. Then it's no longer a typical uniform buffer. I think it needs to be something else. Hold an indirect buffer, yeah. And I've never done an indirect buffer, which, here we go. So in the terminal, it tells us that the uniform does not meet the required type flags. Data. Sized copy. Host shareable. Creation result. So copy is a different one. So global data is invalid. It looks like we need some sort of buffer that holds. Maybe it's the SIMD parameters. And we can later rename those parameters to something else. Let me see. Shader header. Where are they? Where are they? These sim parameters. What if I put that here? Then we don't have that many relying on this. Web GPU renderer, there it is. And we over here we have an int enemy count. Not sure if that is important or not. Copy destination, but it needs to be copy source? Something? I don't know. Is it always playing the exact same loop in the background, really? No, it shouldn't. Should always pick a new song. Oh man, what now? So, enemy count, atomic. Expected a comma. Oh yeah. Yeah, expected a comma. Okay. Man, it is really frustrating the way to set this up, but okay. So it says that it does not have the required type. The types are this, but it needs copy. All right, let's just see. I'm just gonna paste this here. I'm done thinking. Copy, which means binding type uniform. But I did. It is a uniform. Man. Binding 1 does not meet the required flags. Copy. Which... Man, I'm just... Guys, I'm cooked. Like... I'll be so happy once we get back to gameplay and this stuff is just over, because it is so hard for me to stay focused and understand all of that at the same time. I'm learning something new, feels like, each day, and I think I'm learning. Maybe I just put too much into each day that I want to progress in. I thought it would be cool to be able to attack enemies today and then have their numbers dwindle. Such a simple concept. It's taking a long time, buddy. Oh, it's taking a long time. Oh. Compute enemies. Huh. Let's see. Compute enemies. It is a uniform. Is that bad?
Have you heard of a CPU?
Yeah. It's about learning something new, dummy. God, these people. Yeah, I have heard about a CPU. I'm getting hungry, guys. I have salami. Oh, yes, I have salami. Nice. Time to eat. Time to eat. Stress eating. Let's munch on something while we try to figure out the issue. Nom. Hey, not exception. Hope you're doing good, bro. How you doing, my man? Doing good. Sent you a reply. Awesome, awesome. I'll read it. TWT2. What is TWT2? What do you eat, Joe? What can say too? Oh, cool. Lolber gets banned. 5 minutes. Uh-huh. Those are the salty things. Oh. Looks like a sausage. It's good. Yeah, it is incredibly good, man. I love it. German snacks are so keto. Yeah, that's why I'm eating them.
It's fine. Come on. Yeah. You.
I'm in the salami because of the taste, buddy. And because they don't have sugar. If you show me the exact parameters definition, I can show you the error. Yeah. ChatGPT can make mistakes. Check important information. Oh. Think. Get a smarter answer. Oh, wow. I mean, if I want to get a smarter answer from me, I also think, you know. It must be the binding type. Okay. How about this? I know it's the atomic, right? I know it's this field. Yep, the culprit is this field. I know. You cannot put an atomic inside a uniform buffer. Uniform requires a type that is copyable, while atomic is not copyable. That is exactly what Naga's error is telling you. If enemy count doesn't need to be atomic, it needs to be. If any count, then I need a counters binding, which is a storage buffer. God damn it. Okay, we make a counters buffer that we reset to 0 every frame. After chunking. Right? Right? Fine. I don't like all those buffers, but fine. Guys, I'm so hungry. That feels so freaking good. I have no idea. Man. Tangy booth? No. I'd rather just focus on making the game. All right. Man, I need to add another buffer. Oh, excuse me. Counters. At least we know what to do. Oh. You go. Hold up. Let's do MA, which marks something as A, right? Then we write to the buffer. We write to the counters buffer. It's kind of stupid, but I wonder if that even works. Does he have negative? Does he navigate with web motions? Yeah, I do. Hum. Okay. Man, guys, I'm telling you, even the sausages really helped. So we write the counters. Let me do the compute.
The calculations are in Andem. The powers of your brain are overwhelming.
There's no way this works. I'm pretty sure I need a compute pass to just write the counters to 0. 100%. Freaking 7. It's not an array though. Well, it's not an array. man. That is so delicious. And I only have one sausage left. God damn it. Alright. Chunk enemies. With the counters buffer, which uses size of render data counters. And we need the same thing. Oh man, that was good. Holy cow, that oh. God, that was good. Binding 7. Size of counters. And then here, read-only storage. 7. I mean, I don't think it's read-only, but it's type storage. Make salami sticks for gamers with caffeine dipped. I don't think that would taste very well, bro. Computer stage, compute. Computers? Did I just say computer stage? Guess my brain's cooked. It's over. My brain's cooked. Alright guys, let's see. So, we're going to get an error. Or not. That is unexpected. Apparently this works, which is very interesting. Okay, and then in chunk enemies, we instead of doing array length, we say counters. Let enemy count be counters dot enemy counters dot enemy count. But that's an atomic, so atomic read. Atomic load. Counters dot enemy count, and then we need that stupid thing here. Think we do this, and then if the index is greater, that's a bit annoying because array length in the beginning. Oh, I need to, I guess. One sec. There it is. Moin. Oh, one more time. Sorry. I have something between my teeth. I always have from eating meat. That's a bit more. Yeah. Almost out. Almost out. It is important. It is important to get this out immediately, at least for me on this side, because it always, there's like a kind of an opening in between those, and if I don't, then I start to get pain there. But it's not because the teeth are rotten or something, simply because Something in between that just puts pressure on the Zahnfleisch in English. On the meat or something? It puts pressure on the Zahnfleisch in English, whatever that's called. On the gum, yeah. It puts pressure on the gums. So I need to get it out and then I never have issues there. Oh, should be fine now. Enemy count, atomic load. God damn it. Let's try enemy count. Now, obviously, enemy count is going to be 0 in the very beginning. Man, we have 2 atomics in here. Buddy, I don't think that's so great, but okay. In compute enemies, we have the same thing. Let's get that here. And then I suppose in the setup code, when we generate the enemies, God, I need to clean this up, guys. Enemy storage buffer. Don't I copy to this buffer in the very beginning? Texture atlas, render targets, FPS display, upload data. See, like, isn't it enemy? Upload enemies to GPU. We are writing the enemies, all of the enemies to the GPU. How do I know how many enemies are inside this buffer? Because I'm writing all enemies. Are the rest of the enemies just... Oh, I see. I do a dispatch on the counter. I see. I do a dispatch on the count, and that's how many enemies we have. And since I'm dispatching the same count every frame... Oh... That is even more annoying, I guess. God, that's annoying. How do I draw enemies from a buffer with a counter? Oh man, that's another concept that I didn't learn yet. Oh no. So I need to generate an out buffer that lets me only draw. I have an in buffer of 50 enemies. I need to generate an out buffer of 23 enemies, and I only need to draw 23 enemies. How do I do that? That is the last concept that I'm missing in order to be able to do this correctly. Because if I can do that, then I can also do timed particles that disappear. Oh my god, okay. That is the last concept I'm missing. I feel like I'm almost there. I don't know if I need an atomic, but I need a draw indirect or something. I think that's what I need to do. But how can I get an example of that? I don't even know how to phrase it properly. How do I get an example of draw indirect? Maybe I ask ChatGPT. Would you guys do that? Ask ChatGPT. What's your all-time favorite game? Gothic 2. Gothic 2. God damn it, man. Oh. Draw indirect. I have an input buffer and I only write a certain amount of output. There has to be a way. Like literally, that's... I don't know if I'm doing indirect drawing. I'm just gonna ask him to make me an example. Make me an example of indirect drawing. Let's see. With code. Struct, draw indirect arguments. Create the indirect buffer. Buffer usage, indirect storage, copy destination. So I need a buffer that gives me these counts. Indirect buffer, create buffer. Compute shader. Arguments. Read write. Oh, I just set these here. And then what? Huh? If index is 0. Hey? What? In a real application, you have to calculate the instance count. If index is 0, enemy count. Where's that coming from? Bind group layout. Indirect arguments. Layout description. Bind group layout. Bind entry, indirect buffer. Bind group. Encoder. Compute path. Compute path bind group. 111. The GPU has produced the buffer. Use it for rendering. Draw indirect uses a buffer that gets written to on the GPU. And can I use an indirect buffer with an atomic add? Because that's what I need to do, right? Man. Okay, let me think, guys. I feel like I need a break. And it's already too late to do anything else. I feel like... Still same problem. I'm learning how to do draw indirect now. Dispatch compute. Let me do encoder draw indirect buffer. Yeah, unfortunately I didn't get to a new gameplay feature today, but I guess I get the gist of it. I need to learn this feature of web GPU. You record indirect draw commands. I don't know what that means. It's not web GPU specific. Less codes versus code. You see, like what you are saying is something you know, because that what you know what that means in code, but I don't know what that means. You record indirect draw commands. This right now tells me that I do a compute shader. The compute shader writes to a buffer. I then use the buffer to draw the actual amount of enemies. Now, if I were to translate that to... No, it's not Tangy TD, but to the Miklon clone. that means I run my update enemy function. And shit, I also need a counter that is in, like how many I have to operate on, but that's a bit or I know the counter because of the array length. I don't know. We'll see. The invocation, then I don't need this if check ever, I think. But I do the update and then I add to a counter, which then gets read in the second one that will be drawn. I don't know what that means, writing draw codes to a buffer and passing it to the GPU instead. I don't know what that means. I really do not understand, because I don't think I can just say do draw call, right? Inside the shader. So like I'm currently operating under not enough knowledge to understand what you mean, right? Yeah, I think what I need to do is I need this counter inside a buffer, and then I use that counter in an indirect draw call. Yeah. But guys, I think I just need a break and look at this. I think I need to look at this with a fresh mind. Probably tomorrow morning. And just test around a little bit, because what I would love to do on stream, guys, is progress for a certain amount of time. And then I really want to play Thronefall tomorrow, because I want to learn how they made the game. I want to get an idea of what they did that made it so successful, and maybe take away a thing or two that I could apply to my game, gameplay wise. I really do not want to do too many more technical things like this on stream, because it is just really tough to deal with, like in my head. Like it's very hard to. This is the first time of me doing this. I'm still in the very beginner steps, and it's hard to apply new concepts while at the same time still learning more, if that makes sense. So usually what I need to do in these situations is I take a step back, I play around off stream a bit, get a feel for what's working, what's not, and then I can apply that, what I've learned. So yeah, I think that's the missing puzzle at the moment. You're queuing things to put into the buffer, which then gets pushed in the next frame update. Learning more? No, I think it is. Yeah, it's fine. I think I just need a break. But okay, I think we are getting there, guys. We're getting there. And then I would love to, you know, do like a damage flash on the enemies, maybe some knockback. No, I can come online tomorrow and explain to you guys how I did it, yeah. If that's what you guys want, of course. If I manage to do it by tomorrow, I don't know. I might not be able to get it done. But we'll see. Cakez wants to make a grass game. Okay, buddy. Made a lot of progress. Yeah, we are slowly getting there, and I still have some time to think about whether I want to release this game this year or next year, right? If I want to release this game this year, then I really have to get something going by September 1st. At least I need a Steam page with some screenshots, and I need to start posting the clips that I'm farming. Right, I already have one clip almost done. We'll have to see. We're getting there. Can you have different types of enemies, like muscular base enemies and giant brains? I want to change the enemy too, but that is something visual, and I'm really trying to apply the concept from Laurin. I'm trying to now focus on the gameplay loop first, put in the art that works, not spend too much time on the art, and then get that loop in place, so that I have something to show, and then over time update the art. I really want... let me see. Did I not have like this, the other one? Let me just scroll down. One sec. So one of those very early ones, right? Let me see. 12K. Man, they really did post a lot. So much to learn from this. Really cool. Let me see. 12K. This is the one we were looking at, right? This one right here. Or something similar at least. I want to be able to showcase something visually, with particles and stuff like that, but not crazy flashed out art. So the gameplay loop is the more important part here. Look at the quality of the grass, it's just green, bro. What you talking about? I think at least that's what it looks like. See, like, you can type a comment. Better hit feedback, more physics. They didn't write a comment on this one, though. Hold up. Huh? Is that not the post? I don't understand how this works. Huh? Am I in the wrong post? Where are the comments? Thank you. Sir, we have an org problem on Steam. Wait, they didn't show up before, what? Click the chat bubble. Is that the same thing? Hold up, I don't understand this at all. Let me try to find the OP one, the one that blew up. I'm trying to learn this right now. Airstrike, there we go. That was a big one. That's a different post. Yeah, implemented few upgrades. For you. What does it mean for you? Thank you. Sir, we have an org problem on Steam. So he didn't post a link here. At. Huh? So. Sir, we have an org problem and just request access for the playtest. Yeah, he posted on Instagram. On Instagram, the game went better than on other platforms. He did write it a couple of times, and then for you is the sorting. Most recent. for you. Is that the amount of likes or something? No, it's not. This one has 2,000 likes. I don't understand why that's funny though. Huh? What does that have to do with this? Maybe versus airstrike level 1 versus 10. Okay, I guess maybe that. Anyways, yeah, I'm still learning this. It looks like the best way to do it is to write in the comments. And then this is the comment you put, or is this the description? That's gotta be the description, guys. Implement the first year upgrade. That has to be the description. Okay, Boomer. Yeah, listen, I never use that. Of course. Like, I really... Listen, guys. I stream, yeah, okay. But I'm a very, very private and... It's not insecure, man. Introverted person. I don't like talking about myself. That's the description. It has no likes, so it's not a comment. This is the description. Okay. Man, Instagram is difficult to understand. I really don't understand. But so that's gonna be the description. All right. Tower defense, military, indie game, then gaming, games. Yeah. And for us, instead of military, that would be survival or something. Tower defense works too. Survival, crafting. Uh-oh. Red flags. Alright, guys. I'm good for today. Tschüss. Surely it would be skeletons? No, because we're going to exchange the skeletons. Buddy. I need a couple more days, I think, to fully understand this entire concept of indirect draw calls, and all of that stuff. I think by that time, we can fully focus on the gameplay loop. We should have everything in place. Did I have post notifications again? No, I didn't. Okay, let's wait for the random video.
Oh!
Nice.
Oh!
So yeah, guys, thank you very much for joining. I appreciate the big support. Thank you very much. Hope you had fun today. Was a little bit more technical today, you know, maybe a little difficult to follow. I will try to put more interesting stuff into the streams too. I know you guys like the reacts as well, so I'll try to put more of that in there as well. Have some good ones, good stuff that I want to look at. So yeah, but anyways, thank you guys for joining. Hope you had fun. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bis morgen, yeah? Have a wonderful evening, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Try to make a little bit of progress on your games if you can. Tiny bit. Bisschen. Okay, Klitze. Tschüss. Bis morgen. Haut rein. Bye bye. Bye bye. On YouTube. See you tomorrow too. Tschüss.